The Delta Stewardship Council is called to order. Shh. Hey, sit down. Thank you. We're called to order, starting with Ms. Gray, who's standing over here on my left. Let's do the roll call. Ms. Gray's here. Mr. Fiorini here. Eisenberg here. Rumor has it that Mr. Johnston was seen with a cup of coffee across the street headed on his way. He'll join us shortly. We'll operate as a subcommittee until the next member arrives. Ms. Gray.
Put it in here. Gray here. I just want to put it in my...
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Chair's report. Oh, things are percolating along. Everybody in the water world is unbearably happy, joyful. What else can you say? Mr. Grindstaff, Executive Officer's report.
There are several things I wanted to mention today. We just completed on the last few days the fourth of 4 work sessions where we had a number of stakeholders coming and going through the Delta Plan, making suggestions and comments, and after that it's turned out we're probably going to have to schedule another one on covered actions. That should happen probably mid to late October. I think just clarification, because people don't understand still clearly what's perfectly clear to me, and that's probably...
Or they do understand and they don't like it.
I think there's some legitimate lack of understanding.
Okay.
So, and I think we have to at least clarify and make sure that...
And at some point during these 2-day meetings, you're going to give us a fast summary, or somebody is, on the
we are going to have
sessions?
Both a written and verbal summary of that.
And that'll be tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Okay. And that's... so that's... that was a good experience. I did want to mention that we made some management changes that I just want to point out that we have assigned Keith Coolidge to do a lot more outreach. One of the things that we decided we haven't been doing a really good job of is actually communicating effectively with all of the various different parties out there, and Keith is really, really good at that and has great experience at that. So people that wonder about what's going on in the organization, one of the things we've done is actually given Keith more responsibility to deal with those issues and taken some of the administrative stuff and reshuffled stuff around. As you might imagine, internally within the administration, people are now beginning to talk about budgets, and I just wanted to mention that as they begin to prepare for the governor's budget this next year, there have been discussions. The Department of Finance hosted a meeting with us and Department of Water Resources just yesterday, and my expectation is over the next 1 to 2 months there will be a lot going on behind the scenes as we try and figure out from the administration's perspective what they want to propose in the budget moving forward and how that supports the Delta Plan. So while we're working on the Delta Plan, there's this parallel effort that will be going on. Typically the governor's budget is something that's developed behind closed doors so that when he releases it in January it becomes a public document. I think that's probably the highlights for the last month. There have been lots of other things. I need to now turn to Chris and Kurt for the legislative and legal updates.
Who goes first?
Thanks. I think I'm going to go first and ask Curtis Keller to come forth. And you recall he's our legal extern from UC Davis, and he has to run to class here shortly. So he was kind enough to come and give a presentation on some of the
Didn't
activities.
Mr. Stevens agree to get a blanket exemption for you from attending classes?
Well, he promised to write me a note, but...
I actually did. I said I'd write him a note, but I don't know how far that would go.
I don't think it flies very well in law school, so...
Yes, sir.
So, a pleasure to be here today. Like you said, Curtis Keller from UC Davis. So, 2 cases in case development that we'd like to update you on. The first, which undoubtedly you probably have caught some wind of, is the consolidated smelt cases. These cases have been viewed as indicators for the legal water wars in California, particularly the Delta, and so Judge Wanger from the Eastern District and the federal district courts has been the go-to guy in these sorts of cases for the past couple of years. And so a development in that case back in August, actually the end of August, August 31st, he issued a ruling granting an injunctive relief enjoining the Fall X2 action, and a little definition that we're talking about the X2 action, the Fall X2 action in this case, X2 referring to an area of salinity in the Delta, particularly 2 parts per thousand, speaking of using this as an indicator of where the smelt are either residing or using it as a basis for the health and viability of the smelt. And the Fall X2 action was a part of the biological opinion that the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services distributed in 2008. That same biological opinion, which was remanded by Judge Wanger in 2010, however, was now vacated. And so as the Fish and Wildlife Services goes and revamps that biological opinion, some of the actions are still being implemented. So the federal defendants in this case sought to implement the Fall X2 action, which, in a wet year such as this, would be to control releases such that the X2 line would be placed and targeted at 74 kilometers east of the Golden Gate Bridge. The plaintiffs in this case, the state water contractors and DWR, they sought an injunction to enjoin that action based on irreparable harms to California state water users. In his decision, Judge Wanger particularly lambasted the federal science used to justify the Fall X2 action, stating that the federal scientists were unsupported in their determination that the X2 line was directly correlated with smelt viability. He also stated that the selection of 74 kilometers as a target for the X2 line had no biological basis. So particularly in the light that such an amount of water was going to be released and sent through the Delta, talking in terms of 300,000 to 670,000 acre feet. So given that there was little support and that they hadn't fully analyzed or at least assessed the impact to California water users, he enjoined the action and required that that the X2 line would not be set any further west than 79 kilometers. So it is interesting that he did couch his decision in terms of X2, because he did recognize that while there was not a no direct support for the marks with which the federal defendants were setting, that there was at least some correlation with setting the X2 line west of the confluence of the American and Sacramento rivers. And so in his decision, he did set it no further westward than 79 kilometers. The National Resource Defense Council did respond by filing an appeal to the Ninth Circuit. Both the NRDC and the federal defendants did motion to stay the injunction with Judge Wanger pending the outcome of the appeal, or in the alternative to at least stay the injunction until October 15th, due to a statement made by Judge Wanger as part of his ruling that there would be no harm realized to California water users until that time. Now, it's particularly because of the heavy rainfall, the abundance of snowpack and runoff, that due to preparations for flood protection, there are already releases keeping X2 further downstream than 79 kilometers. Now, interesting that in the hearing on the motion to stay, which was last Friday, Judge Wanger continued with his critical tone of the federal science that was used in this case, and in fact made a very clear statement of agency bad faith in this case, using language such that they not only didn't use the best science in this case, but they didn't use science at all, and that the federal science and scientists in this case were unworthy of the public trust. So he rejected the motion to stay. He did, however, lift the injunction until October 16th, citing again his ruling that there would be no immediate harm to the California water users. So just to point out, an obvious major theme of this case was the importance of not only science, but good science, and that you don't want to be on the wrong end of Judge Wanger's stick when it comes down to
Of course,
using good
Judge
science.
Wanger's retiring in, a month or something like that?
That's correct. That's correct.
So we'll find ourselves with a new judge to talk to.
That's correct. So that case, I know the NRDC has appealed it so far, and it's anticipated, if it hasn't happened yet, the federal defendants will also be appealing that case to the Ninth Circuit.
Okay. And on the salmon case?
Correct. And then just recently, I think on Tuesday, there was a rather large opinion issued by Judge Wanger, similarly rejecting the biological opinion for the second time in that case to do with the Chinook salmon and the protective measures being taken in that case. It's a rather lengthy discussion by Judge Wanger that we haven't fully digested yet, but in a similar vein, again, he makes mention of bad science and not being fully supported in their analysis. So that is, again, something that we'll look at as well, but along the same vein in those terms.
Okay. Are there questions? Yeah, Randy.
Not a question, but a compliment. You have a good grasp of the facts and an ability to explain them in understandable ways. Thank you.
I'll let my professors know. Thank you.
Okay, let's note in the minutes, please, the presence of Mr. Johnston and Mr. Natoli. Quorum is established. Okay, anything else on the legal side, Chris? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Grindstaff?
I think we'd like to have Kurt just do a brief update on the legislative side.
Okay. Mr. Miller?
If I knew who to give it to, I'd ask for a note, but I don't have a...
Oh, we'll give you a note, all right.
I'm sure you will. Good morning, council members. We met 2 weeks ago at this very same spot, well, within 6 miles of here anyway. Not much has changed since then. We met the day before the legislature adjourned, and on the 8th, they adjourned the 9th. The governor has until October 9th to deal with the 600 or so bills that are made it to his desk. Your packets include the up-to-date summary on the status of those bills that we've been tracking. None of the ones that made it to his desk have been dealt with yet, and they will start issuing daily updates on vetoes and signature on signings sometime soon.
And the action has to be concluded by the October 9th.
October 9th, yeah. That's this year's signature or dealing with deadline.
How many more bills outstanding to act on?
Well, the press accounts say 600, and he's signed a couple of them in the last few days, but there's many, many more to go. They have lots of packets to deal with. Not much to add on budget, state budget. The cash flow figures came in for August since we last met. They were 100 and some million over estimates, which means our net underestimate count since July 1 is about $430 million or so. So they watch this monthly. The last cash flow numbers they'll use before they determine what to do at mid-year will be the November data for December unilateral action on the part of the Department of Finance under the provisions of the Budget Act that they passed in June.
Pat?
Is 600 million the a tipping point?
This is for the triggered reductions.
Yes. Yep. And it kicks in. It's oddly written, but it results in a paper reduction of somewhere around $2 billion, and so they're anxious, to say the least. Next meeting will be October's meeting. We'll certainly have more timely information on these bills.
On Senator Wolk's Senate Bill 834, The governor hasn't acted on that
Not yet, no.
And Phil, you sent
Yeah,
a letter as
I
a
sent a
chair.
letter out expressing my own personal opinion and indicated that we would bring that subject back to the council. I didn't see it on the agenda. And so let's do it for tomorrow, please, Mr. Grindstaff.
We'll just include a copy of the letter for tomorrow.
Yeah, we
What
should
you'd
talk
like.
about the letter and what the bill does and how it relates to the Delta plan. Basically is consistent with what is included in the Delta plan in saying that it expands the language about what self-reliance, regional self-reliance should be. And so we'll have more, and we'll talk about that tomorrow.
Yeah, maybe whatever the best committee analysis is, you could have available for the members, the bill, and then any additional summary you might have that points to its consistency,
Okay.
or if there are any problems with where we're headed in the Delta plan.
Yeah, the bill basically complements our activities without any untoward results.
Well, I don't doubt that. Let's put the packet together for tomorrow, please. Let's have all the information. Let's set it.
Right.
Mr. Grindstaff, pick a time for the presentation tomorrow.
I'd like to do it first thing in the morning.
Okay, and also we'll have public comment on before the council acts.
Okay, got it. Okay. Any other questions, comments?
Nope.
All right.
Thank you very much.
All right, you're welcome.
Mr. Grindstaff, you probably ought to tell us about schedule changes today. Mr. Machado was going to come, but now he can't.
Yes, we have noted on your revised agendas that we were planning to have Mike Machado come and talk about the economic sustainability plan today. He also has a Delta Protection Commission meeting today, and he had thought he would be able to do that, but upon further reflection and I guess talking with some of his commissioners, decided that it would be that he wouldn't be able to come today. He will be here tomorrow, so tomorrow morning we will take up first the legislative thing, SB 834, and then take up Mike Machado and have him talk with us about the economic sustainability plan and specifically about their recommendations for the Delta plan.
Don?
Mr. Chair, just could add, Mike spoke with me as chair, and I think in discussing it, the commission comes into session at 4 this afternoon, and we'll probably be in session for several hours this afternoon, this evening, and we will have a discussion about the sustainability plan, the most recent draft, and I think Mike was hopeful we'll get some additional direction out of the commission today for the presentation tomorrow, so that's the reason for the delay in presenting this morning versus tomorrow.
Okay. All right. Anything else, Mr. Grindstaff? No? Okay. So, members, let's go please to file item number 5, adoption of the minute summary from the August 26th meeting. File item number 5. Any questions? Any comments?
Move the item.
Mr. Natoli moves.
Second.
Mr. Fiorini seconds. Starting with Mr. Johnston. Ms. Gray?
Gray, aye.
Fiorini, aye.
Eisenberg, aye.
Natoli, aye.
Okay, that's adopted. Thank you very much. Okay, item number 6. Ms. McPeak, thank you for showing up early when we called you and said we'd had a hole occur in our schedule. You and Mr. Gardner were very willing to show up early. We appreciate that a great deal. Sonny McPeak is chair of the Dell Division Foundation, or president of the Dell Division Foundation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Vice Chairman, and members of the Delta Stewardship Council. I am here with Charles Gardner, who is our executive director. We appreciate very much the invitation to come in and share with you the 2011 report card from the Delta Vision Foundation. What I want to do is give you just a little bit of background about the Delta Vision Foundation, the process and purpose of the report card, have Charles give you more of an in-depth explanation of the methodology behind the grades in the report card, and then I will summarize the recommendations that we have made. Let me begin in terms of the background of the Delta Vision Foundation by saying it's an interesting experience to be sitting here in this room and looking at all of you who have been generous in your time and commitment to serving the public, and we thank you for that. A few years ago, I was sitting there as a member of the Delta Vision Task Force, and those of us who were then on the task force thought historically there has been a pattern of California adopting plans and then getting distracted in one way or another and not implementing them. We thought it would be helpful in the public policy arena to have a citizen effort or group try to hold accountable the state of California for actually implementing the Delta Vision strategic plan. We were probably euphoric for a variety of reasons. We were at the end of our term and probably had shared a little bit too much wine and thought, we'll do this. And two foundations also thought it was an important investment in the public process. The Bechtel Foundation and the Packard Foundation have supported the Delta Vision Foundation. In envisioning the Delta Vision Foundation, I never thought I would be sitting here as its chair or president. There are former members of that task force who must be quite amused that circumstances have evolved, that I now have this responsibility, and I did just elicit the right smile from your chairman.
Serves you right, Ms. McPeak.
Yes, Mr. Eisenberg. So I want the record to note that we had envisioned other leadership for the Delta Vision Foundation. Having said that, when the Delta Stewardship Council was appointed and formed, we then had to regroup and took a while to actually establish our operations, to recruit staff. And a year ago in September, we had a roundtable in which we were very much benefited by having you, Mr. Eisenberg, you, Mr. Fiorini. We had also, I think we had in addition Felicia, who's there for the whole time. But I know that Pat, you joined us and other members to actually inform the report card process. What we were trying to do is obtain input, gather input in terms of what would be positive. I want to underscore that we view the responsibility from the foundations in doing an annual report card for it to be a positive force in the implementation of the Delta Vision Strategic Plan. We will not be successful if we simply issue a report card and we don't get to implementation, if that's not a useful dynamic of encouraging all the parties to be faithful to what had been recommended in the Delta Vision Foundation. It's not, as we view it, a gotcha process. In other words, it's not intended to be some report card that gets headlines in the media. Instead, we hope it will be a set of recommendations that actually cause either different action or improvement on actions to get to implementation. In that Delta Vision strategic plan, there were two co-equal goals. Those goals being restoration of the Delta estuary and water supply reliability. And bottom line is, all of our activity needs to be measured by, do those two goals get achieved? A plan is intended to get us there, and we're right now evaluating to what extent are the actions that you are engaged in and the other entities that have responsibility under the legislation that was subsequent to the Delta Vision Strategic Plan, how are those being implemented? But we're also evaluating is the estuary getting better, and do we have greater supply reliability? Bottom line, that's where we need to be. So you will see in this report card that in addition to assessing the progress in the process, in the inputs, if you will, we're also keeping our eye on the outcome, the delta restoration and supply reliability, and hope that we can focus everyone's attention on getting to those goals sooner rather than later, seeing progress towards those goals sooner than later. So it's in that spirit we also evaluated leadership of all of the agencies. Charles will give you some, I think, really good insights to that. Let me also say that as much as I respected my colleagues on the Delta task force and those of us who were asked by the foundations to be the directors of the Delta Vision Foundation, I hope I don't labor under any misconception that we have a corner on insight or truth or intelligence, and so we intentionally try to make this an inclusive process. We have been fortunate to have 3 new directors join our board, and these are individuals who actually are pretty familiar with the Delta vision process since they were part of the committee and the cabinet that oversaw the task force report that we issued. Former Secretary Mike Chrisman, former Secretary Mike, of course, was Resources Secretary, former Secretary of Ag and Food, A.G. Kawamura, and former Secretary of Cali, PA, Linda Adams, have actually joined our board. That's very helpful in terms of the continuity that we need in order to be helpful and a positive contribution to the process. But we also, then, as Charles will describe to you, and you can see on the back of this report card, this is the executive summary. The full report card's online. Last year when we did the roundtable summary, that too has been circulated to everybody and posted online to be able to show what was the input to how should we do this report card. You can see that there were 35 interviews that were done by Charles, in-depth interviews, and then we went out to about 1,000 stakeholders and asked them to participate in an assessment online. Our intent is to continue that kind of gathering of input directly from those of you responsible for implementing the legislation pursuant to the Delta Vision Strategic Plan, and also to get assessment of the stakeholders. And we slice and dice it enough to be able to give you feedback as to what particular viewpoints are held by which part of the stakeholder community. So having said that, I'm known for being somewhat of a taskmaster. I will tell you that these grades we've gotten mixed grades on our grades. We've gotten mixed grades on our performance. We've had various stakeholders want to give us a report card, and we've welcomed that too. By and large, I will just confess that this does represent the consensus of the Delta Vision Board of Directors after getting all of this input from the stakeholders and from the interviews. We have been told we were too lenient. I actually think my colleagues were even harsher in their grades than I personally would have been, because we think the effort to date has actually been important to note. At the same time, keeping in mind the Delta and supply reliability are still at very extreme risk. And so it's been 3 years since I sat there and we issued the report. It's been 2 years since the legislation passed. If there's anything that should be the clarion call and that we will underscore in this report card, is that time is ticking away. And there has to be action as soon as possible. And I want to come back to that in talking about the recommendations. So let me turn to Charles to actually go over the grades or the substance of the report card, and then I'll conclude with the recommendations.
Mr. Gardner.
Thank you. As Sonny said, there were really 3 areas that we looked at. We looked first at the progress of actions. The Delta Vision Strategic Plan identified 85 actions, 75 mid or long-term actions, and 10 near-term actions. So we looked at those, and the first step in that was trying to figure out, well, who's responsible for those actions. And that took a little bit of work. It's not entirely clear always who is responsible. But and then followed up with those agencies who appeared to be responsible to identify what is the status of those actions. It's a little easier to do with the specific actions that were identified in the Delta Vision Strategic Plan. It's a little more challenging with the long-term actions that set some direction. But we made an attempt to identify a scoring mechanism of progress of each of those actions and then consolidating them in 5 areas. The near-term actions, which the board thought was the most critical, and scoring the progress of those near-term actions. But then looking at the 7 goals of the strategic plan and grouping those in 4 areas: governance, ecosystem restoration and recovery, Delta vitality and security, and water supply reliability. And then within each of those, looking at the actions that primarily focused on those overall objectives. The board found that overall the near-term actions, the progress on those was extremely disappointing. Many of the near-term actions identified in the Delta Vision Strategic Plan were already conceived and in the planning stages. And so at this point, we expected to see more actual implementation. And generally across the board in the near-term actions, there's been a lack of actual implementation. So that category got a very low grade, got a D. Governance, obviously the legislature took action on many of the governance recommendations. You're all sitting where you are as a result of that. So overall, the governance actions got a higher grade. Of the 5 categories, those actions had moved forward the most. So those got a B+. Ecosystem restoration and recovery, Delta vitality and security, water supply reliability. We acknowledge that there are many of the actions are in the planning stages, but there has been little implementation. And the focus of our evaluation of the actions progress is implementation. And so overall, we expect to see much more action and progress and implementation in those areas. As Sonny said, we've done a lot of planning in California. The implementing is the hard part. The 2 other areas we looked at were the leadership and effectiveness of organizations. As a critical part of making progress and implementing things, the organizations and how they're functioning is really important. And we looked primarily at the state agencies responsible for implementation, and within that group we looked at the 10 that have the majority of the responsibility for implementing the actions in the Delta Vision Strategic Plan. However, we also looked at the federal agencies as a group and their cooperation with the state as a critical element of implementation. And we also looked a little bit at stakeholder constructiveness and cooperation. That's an area that I'm personally interested in evolving how we evaluate that, because I think that's really critical, is to be encouraging cooperation and contribution from stakeholders and not just the criticism that we often see of different elements. So overall, I think we were a little gentler on the organizations because there is a lot of effort going on. One of the most encouraging things is that we see across the board everyone is talking about the 2 co-equal goals. And that's a very positive thing. That in all of these organizations, it's part of the vernacular, it's part of the planning, it's part of the thinking. How do we adapt with this new thinking of co-equal goals? And that's a significant accomplishment in just a few years. However, we also tried to lay out some expectations of how we want to look at state agency performance, particularly in the future, and in some way put agencies on notice that people are watching their leadership, effectiveness, their commitment of resources, their program management, their follow-through, their efforts to implement. So that was that category. And then the last, as Sonny mentioned, we wanted to focus on results. We recognize that you have some responsibility for developing performance measures. So we didn't want to duplicate that effort. It's a complicated thing to measure, are we making progress on ecosystem, and what are the metrics of that? So the way we looked at it was to look at the broader perspective of are we reducing the risk for the co-equal goals? Are we reducing the risk of economic losses because we're not providing a sufficiently reliable water supply? Are we reducing the risk of losing species because we're not managing the ecosystem effectively? And so in that sense, it correlates with a wildfire risk kind of chart. And at this stage, it's based largely on feedback and opinion from the people that we talk to, stakeholders and agency people. Our goal is to create a little bit more objectivity to it in the future. But overall, the finding is that in the last few years, we have not taken sufficient action to reduce the risks. As many people have acknowledged, we had a lot of water this year, and maybe that helped reduce some risks on water supply reliability or even ecosystem. But that's not a result of our actions. So if we look at the actions that we expect to see in implementing the Delta Vision Strategic Plan, we haven't seen the actions that really reduce the risks yet. So with that, I'll turn it back to Sunny for the recommendations.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Charles. Having established the framework for assessing progress this year, we thought it was also important to actually make recommendations. You will find in the full report card recommendations for each of the 4 grouped strategic actions and each agency. But then we rolled that up and said, overall, if we were to be asked to advise you and your colleagues and other agencies responsible for implementation, what are the highest priority recommendations that we think would improve the grades, if you will, next year? And so those are on the last 2 pages inside the back cover. And if you just want to turn to those, I want to briefly comment on each of them. We observe and we get feedback that the broad stakeholder community still has a great deal of support for the Delta Vision Strategic Plan. In part, it's always easier to get agreement at broader levels and drilling down to specifics. There is a lot more devil in detail. We know that, and that's your challenge. But we return to what was the heart or the essence of the Delta Vision Strategic Plan to make these assessments on grades and these recommendations. And we start with the fact that, and let me just repeat these 5 and then come back, that the first one is to intensify the focus and immediately implement the near-term actions. Immediately implement the near-term actions. Secondly, improve coordination among the agencies and the bodies. Third, link the strategies and actions for a workable solution. Link the strategies and actions for a workable solution. 4, optimize the value of independent science, how we use the science. And 5, refine the funding and financing plan, which we know you are focusing on. So let me start with the near-term actions. I was reminded, as Mr. Grinstaff, you talked about the budget, that's being promulgated right now. Can't get to near-term actions without capital appropriation. And as we point out in recommendation number 1, there is still quite a bit of general obligation bond authority from Proposition 1E for levies. There has been a rather modest commitment, to say the least, from the Department of Water Resources and the administration to date for what is a fairly broadly supported approach of immediately improving through Delta transfer and at the same time investing in a strategic levy system. Now that is something that I realize you're addressing in the plan, but in the administration and with the legislature, there needs to be immediate action. on that recommendation besides or in addition to the preparation for emergencies in the Delta. That's essentially what those near-term actions say. There are 10 of them. There's an opportunity now to weigh in legislatively, to comment on what should be in that budget, and particularly in the capital budget. Moving to the second item, in terms of coordination among the bodies that have responsibility. So the Delta Stewardship Council, the Delta Conservancy, the Delta Protection Commission, the Water Commission, the agencies that do the implementation besides do the policy or the planning. We observe that there is a lot of goodwill and a lot of sharing of information. What does not seem to be happening is a marshaling of everybody in the same direction, and as if this is a Manhattan project-focused effort. I do not have the sense, personally, we don't as an agency or an organization, that there has been this intense focus brought by the administration with the commitment and oversight and urging of the legislature that this is the equivalent of we got to win a war here. This is a Manhattan project on that scale. Unfortunately, it is on a time frame that way exceeds what it took us to win World War II. I mean, it's just astounding to me the time frames that we all tolerate and that we hope Providence and Mother Nature allows us the luxury of this time to actually get our act together. So having said that, we don't think you have the burden, the largest burden of the responsibility to coordinate everybody. That really does fall to the administration, and we have recommended that the most logical place for this to happen is the Natural Resources Agency. But somebody needs to do it or it ain't going to get done. And I've had the experience of working in a lot of bureaucracies, public and private, and state government, and I assure you that this recommendation is based on the only thing that's ever worked to pull off this kind of a project. Third recommendation, which is probably the hallmark of the Delta Vision Strategic Plan, is that the actions are linked. We put forth 7 recommendations, and if those are not implemented together and linked together, you're not going to get to the 2 co-equal goals. Simply is not going to happen. And right now, the recommendations, the actions are pretty siloed. They're not linked. We focused on 3 things in terms of linkages to get those 2 co-equal goals, and they come down to what probably you're going to need to have in the plan and in that environmental impact report to bulletproof it. You know, it's important that that environmental document, the EIR and EIS, actually recognize the dynamic of an ecosystem. Say, it's not one species at a time and it is not one standard at a time. You have to actually assert that legally and make sure that that is the foundation for future challenges. And then secondly, that each of these actions are linked to each other. The importance of that is that you need to have the rebuttable defense when somebody tries to pick off any one piece of it that you have found, that you've asserted first in science, and that you have found and planned for each of those pieces to be part of the environmentally preferred alternative. If the document does not say that, you do not have as great a chance of defending it. And so that's an important piece of this linkage. The facilities that get built have to say they are to be operated consistent with the restoration of the environment. There has to be a condition on those facilities that anybody who benefits from them actually optimizes efficient water use. And if there is no linkage between storage and conveyance, and today there is no linkage being done on storage and conveyance, here or at the Bay Delta Conservation Plant, if those are not linked, you still will not get to the 2 co-equal goals. There's no way to actually, and the Vision Strategic Plan, and what we still interpret and evaluate to achieve those 2 co-equal goals if there's no capture of surplus water to be transferred. And the capacity does not exist today in the system. So those linkages are what we recommend and seriously say in all our sincerity, hope you will embrace in the Delta plan and that the other agencies will get into their documents. Fourthly, it's sort of, maybe it sounds obvious, but there's a whole lot of scientific investigation going on, and what really is needed is agreement from the scientists on how to define the two co-equal goals and what's the evidence, what will we take, have we succeeded? I mean, literally, we can spend a ton of money on a lot of science and investigation, but if it doesn't deliver that in a short period of time, then we're not getting to what we need as value for the investment in the independent science. And lastly, we know that you are focusing on funding and financing. We have reviewed your draft Chapter 9. We will be making comments on it. We're going to, in October, have a roundtable discussion on it. I want to just briefly comment on what we said in the report card, and we'll elaborate on it now that we've had the chance to look at your draft. But there is a confusion between funding and financing. I mean, funding is the source of the money, and financing is the mechanism to incur debt. And those get confused. They get confused a lot because general obligation bonds obviously get serviced by the general fund. And there's not a reliance on or enough thought to the revenue bonding financing mechanism, which gets supported by revenues or fees in some way or another. In the funding and financing plan, that's where the legal linkages of actions have to be reinforced. So let me come back to that. That right now there's nothing being discussed. It's not in the bond measure. Don't know what's going to happen with the bond measure that's up for vote next year. I think a lot of discussion, I hope, is going on behind the scenes, because there's surely not sufficiently going on in the scenes, in the public arena. We hope that there can be more discussion about this, and that we can put in context the importance of making this investment. Let me say, and I will speak personally, this is not the time to underinvest in the water infrastructure of California. I mean, that is sort of a red herring about we can't afford it. We can't afford not to invest. What we can't afford to do is waste water or waste money. And now we've got to actually step up. I think there's a lot to be desired in what is that bond measure, and a lot that shouldn't probably be there, a lot that can be refined, and actually it's within the power of the administration to plan and program appropriate, responsible use of a bond measure, quite honestly. So that we will come back to you on the funding and financing. What we think is so important for you to have in that Delta plan is that the funding and financing mechanisms have to require the linkages of these actions in order to be able to get to achieving the two co-equal goals. I want to conclude by saying that I hope I live long enough to issue a report card that has all A's, because that's actually what the public deserves. It's what this document should help do, is get us all to achievement that deserves an A. And we want to be first appreciative of your service, and secondly helpful and supportive of figuring out that pathway forward. So thank you for inviting our testimony and being interested in it, and we're here to answer questions.
Thank you very much. Pat?
Mr. Gardner, the methodology was to interview people interested in water in the state or involved in it. In your recommendation number 2, did the interviews cause you to conclude, as you write here, there is an obvious tension between the process being led by the administration through the Natural Resources Agency and the Delta Stewardship Council process?
Yes. That was feedback from stakeholders and agencies, is the coordination and alignment of those two processes is really critical.
The recommendation seems to then conflate the BDCP process with the council Delta plan process and call for it being the one team, one solution, one approach, one administration effort. Is that what you're getting at?
I think, as Sonny said, there is an overall responsibility of the administration, of the state, to coordinate those two things and make sure that they're moving forward in an integrated way towards implementation. And so far that
Well, the statute seems to give us duties and responsibilities, including a review of the BDCP, plan when it's available, that make it impossible for us to be kind of all in the same locker room in John Laird's lair planning the future of water. Right?
I think that's true from your legal responsibilities in review. I think in terms of planning and implementation at the administration level, there is more opportunity for coordination and clarity to the stakeholder community and the public of how these two things are going to work together.
So this is mostly a recommendation for the administration and what they do, and we're part of it, but with different responsibilities? Or?
Yes, there are at least 10 agencies, probably closer to 20 state agencies that have various responsibilities. And what we're recommending is more coordination of all of those functions.
You talk about the action team should have a process for input for all stakeholders, and then you catalog them. What's your observation about the stakeholder opportunities to comment and be heard by the council?
I think that's one of the areas where you got very high marks, is that your iterative process of the Delta plan and your responsiveness to the comments, that's a laudable process, and you get high marks for that. I think this recommendation on actions reporting is really focused on implementation and accountability for across all the state agencies for scheduling, programming, follow-through, implementation, and being clear and transparent with stakeholders and the public that we're on track. And I think you as a group get high marks in that arena. You've got a clear deadline, you're moving towards it, you're taking feedback, and I think doing a great job with that.
May I add something, Mr. Johnston, and compliment Charles on defending recommendations that came from people who had been longer involved in the process than he has, but you did an excellent job of defending him. I think you do get high marks, and to a large extent it's because you're also being proactive. There's a difference between having a public process and noticing meetings and going out and actually inviting input. There has been a much different approach with Secretary Laird and Jerry Merrill in reaching out. They have also been proactive. There are still complaints about who's at the table, who's been in the room in the past as we've gotten this far with BDCP. So it's important to continue to be as proactive in reaching out. This list does call out some, and it wasn't intended and says it's not limited to, but it includes people who feel like they weren't fully engaged when I was a member of the task force, even when we were trying to reach out. And I know that no matter what I've ever done in the past, it's never been enough. There always will be someone that will complain, but it's important that the majority feel very included, and I think we've already said congratulations to you in doing that. Part of the problem the stakeholders have is that they literally have to run around, I count them to about 8 or 9 forums right now. And yes, there is legal separation of responsibilities spelled out, delineated in the law with respect to the responsibility and role of the Delta Stewardship Council and what's going on over with BDCP. But if that train gets so far down the track and you're sitting here trying to review it, there is a likelihood that there will be further conflict as opposed to could you have had over with the focus on conveyance, an integration in that process to the actions that you're discussing here that haven't been taken into account there. That's the major problem going on between BDCP and the plan.
Randy.
The role of the council has been defined as one of coordinating and synthesizing what is already in existence and moving on to actions that will result in achieving the co-equal goals. And the action team that you set forth in the second recommendation lines up really well with our understanding of what our role is. I hearken back to about 2003 or 4 when the Little Hoover Commission did a study of CalFed, and they were very critical about governance and the lack of support for that process from the highest levels. And they suggested that if the governor and the President of the United States would fully engage and hold their agencies accountable unto achieving action, that it was the Little Hoover Commission's view that things would happen. Now, I don't see that in the recommendations. It doesn't come through very loud and clear. It's my view that the President of the United States and the Governor of California often act very swiftly in the face of a crisis or a catastrophe and marshal all the efforts to meet the needs of the citizens and fix the problem. Well, we've got kind of an invisible crisis on our hands. And I don't sense the same thing that you've highlighted. I don't sense the sense of urgency coming from the highest levels of government. I think it's well and good that the council form or help form an action team and work on through this planning process and unto actions. But my question for you, how do we engage the President of the United States? How do we engage the Governor of the State of California to recognize that we have a crisis on our hands that would be devastating to the national and the state economy if the disasters that are predicted by many experts come to fruition before we employ many of the actions to prevent that?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Ferrarini, and I totally agree with you. You were right, and I'm noting it, that we didn't actually explicitly say something as important as the Delta Estuary, a national natural asset, and supply reliability for the largest state economy in the nation deserves that attention. I personally say it. I wasn't here in August because I was giving a speech, and I said that in the speech, that this problem absolutely requires the leadership of the Governor of the State of California and the President of the United States. So in response to how do we engage, one of the process questions that we at the Delta Vision Foundation had is, do we evaluate the federal agencies? And you can see we started through that process. Charles identified that as an issue, and there was discussion. He could elaborate on it, but it's, and we intend to do more. We do think it's important that our congressional delegation be briefed on the process, and that's part of what we're doing, to elevate it, to ask our congressional delegation to take it to the federal administration. It will take Interior absolutely being directed and empowered as a full partner ultimately to solve these problems. Our federal and water molecules don't separate themselves out, and the Delta are at the pumps. And so those are, thank you for underscoring that. The Delta Vision strategic plan didn't have much focus on that, and that's in part our, if you will, our touchstone, and why we are not in the business of promulgating new policy. We're interpreting the Delta Vision Foundation is funded to assess to what extent that strategic plan is actually being implemented, because that plan is looked to by the foundations that invest in the Delta Vision Foundation and the stakeholders as the best safe harbor for agreement and a workable solution with linked actions. But thank you for reminding us. The sense of urgency that we intend to underscore should absolutely imply and require the direct engagement of the governor and the president.
And I would add that in the specific recommendations related to the federal agencies, we did recommend that they establish and with the appropriate authority a point person to represent the federal government. They have a coordinator now, but without that clear authority to represent the federal government, which, as I understand it, they considered and did not do when they appointed their coordinator.
And might I add, the federal agencies individually and the people serving actually want to do that. And I also will say that's the sense I have of every one of the state agencies and individuals. There is not a lack of interest or willingness by the agencies or the leadership of these agencies, the public employees who've been there for a long time. They want to be a part of a success. It comes down to, now I'm looking at Joe again, the nature of leadership and who is empowering people to do something beyond what might be the interpreted letter of the law or what people hope for, the legislature or a governor who signed a piece of legislation, for them to come together and to act in concert. And so then I guess that underscores what you said, Randy. The governor and the president have to say, go do it.
Okay. Thank you very much for coming, and thank you for coming early. Appreciate it a great deal. A great deal. Okay, Mr. Grindstaff, we have 57 minutes of lag time because of some schedule changes. We were going to move some people up from tomorrow into this block of time. How do you want to start?
Well, I don't see Gary as Gary Darling. Oh, there you are. Right in front of me, Gary.
Okay.
So I think we can just follow the agenda.
Okay, we're going to move to advance to file item number 7. File item number 7, Mr. Darling's here. Mr. Darling, let us give us 30 seconds to get the screen material up there on your presentation. Okay. Mr. Darling.
Thank you, Chair Eisenberg and members of the council. Today I would like to present an idea that we think has a lot of potential in terms of the planning process, both on a near-term basis as well as for consideration on a larger scale.
Yeah, members, in your material on your desk this morning was a copy of, I believe, the slideshow you're going to zip through during the presentation.
That's correct.
So you have a hard copy of it.
Right. So the second slide, just as a little background, who is Delta Diablo Sanitation District? My district is a medium-sized agency that serves 200,000 people in the Pittsburgh, Antioch, and Bay Point area in eastern Contra Costa County, located on the western Delta. We are one of the largest industrial recycled water plants in the state of California. We are award-winning in our size class of no discharge violations over the last 9 years, which we're very proud of. Our board of directors are the mayors, the mayor of Antioch, the mayor or their appointee of Pittsburgh, and for Bay Point, the board of supervisor for Contra Costa County. So we have Mayor Davis, Nancy Parent, and Supervisor Federal Glover. Their interest in all of this, and you'll see this on our strategic plan, online is that we are very involved in regional solutions on several fronts and new jobs. Jobs are a big theme that you'll see in my presentation today. A little bit about me. Some of you know I've worked with some of you in the past. I do have quite a background in water resources development. I was the program manager for the first Los Vaqueros project all the way through to filling. Then moved over to East Bay Mud, and I was the program manager for the Freeport project during the environmental review phase, and Mr. Natoli will recall my involvement in the setting up the Joint Powers Authority between East Bay Mud and Sacramento County, which was very successful. But just as that background, that I'm aware of what it takes to locate diversion points in the Delta, what avoidance means, in terms of working around special status species is extremely important in this conversation. Also been involved more lately on a lot of regional recycled water projects. We have a coalition of 14 agencies in the Bay Area that have developed over the last 3 years 20,000 acre-feet of new water for the Bay Area recycled water, and we have another set of 14 that we have in front of Congress to develop the next 30,000 acre-feet of water for the San Francisco Bay region, which has a very direct delta benefit in terms of that recycled water development. Up on the left-hand corner, I'll touch this a little bit more. The Diablo Innovation Alliance is something I've been very involved in the last year, and it's with the Contra Costa Council, and we're working on a workforce development concept of bringing new jobs to our region, specifically focused on innovative water solutions and renewable energy. So in the last 3 years, we've presented 3 different letters to the process through BDCP and as well as your Delta planning process. The basic message is this, and that the planning should include a study of the western Delta area. And I'll get into some of the reasons of that, but there is the possibility of a small near-term project that could be used as an emergency supply. Because of the fact there's treatment involved in this concept, it offers a very high-quality water supply, and the potential, and all of this is premised on the fact that we believe that it's fish-friendly, that it avoids the impacts to the protected species, could actually produce new yield or supplemental supply. The larger alternative that we also have in our letters could look at, either in combination with other alternatives from the northern Delta, but certainly the distance between the Antioch-Pittsburgh East County area to Clifton Court is quite a bit shorter for a conveyance facility. The idea would be to offer operational flexibility, the concept being that water has flown through the Delta at that point in time where you pick it up. So at times where fisheries impacts are an obstruction to running the pumps in the South Delta, this offers the flexibility of actually firing up pumps in the western part of the Delta. And again, the idea that this could be potentially new yield. So the idea is very scalable in terms of treatment. As you well know, you can start out very small and add lots of units all the way up. We studied up to the point of 1 million acre-feet, and that's certainly out of the box idea. So that would seem as how there's nothing that large in the world, but there are a lot of smaller components in different parts of the world of the Middle East, Australia, and we are playing with the idea here in California and the United States, but it really is something that is it's very doable. It's been proven. There's a lot of improvements that are happening related to treatment, and I'll get into a little bit of that in a second. But back to jobs. This is very interesting to our board. You look at the idea of something that is a diversion point and treatment, and depending on the size, it could create considerable number of jobs, and on an operating basis, sustainable jobs for our region. And this is the Diablo Innovation Alliance. One of the things that we've done is we've looked at what are the assets in our region, and this slide represents all those little blue water faucets. There's a lot of water technology startup companies related to treatment, conservation, just a lot of water companies in our region. Additionally, in this region of Alameda, Contra Costa, and Solano County, we have some of the most prestigious universities available with Davis and Berkeley and Stanford, as well as the labs, the regional labs of Lawrence Livermore, Lab Sandy, and others that have focused at some point in time on water development for different reasons, but haven't focused really on the type of thing that we're talking about now. And our leaders in Contra Costa County, the Contra Costa Council, are very much behind this idea of where are the new jobs in innovative water solutions, renewable energy projects and technology. So the three common questions that we've gotten related to Western Delta diversion is, well, what about the impacts to Delta and longfin smelt, as well as other protected species? Isn't the Western Delta too salty? Is it too costly? There's greenhouse gas impacts with this kind of treatment that we're talking about. It's costly. And how about the other water rights in that area? What would be the impacts to agricultural, other municipal intakes and such? So we've completed 3 studies that are available online that have touched on each of these points, and I'll just give you an overview briefly of some of those conclusions. So the fact that the Western Delta is not the bay, it's not the ocean, the amount of salt in it is 1/3 on a regular basis of what the ocean and the bay are. So that just translates directly to 1/3 of the cost. So that's fairly straightforward. The cost to desalinate water is decreasing a lot over the last 10 years. A couple of highlights that I put on this slide, just announced less than 3 months ago in Singapore. Siemens announced a new technology that reduces the desalting energy by over 50%. So there's a lot of development happening in that area. Australia just set up a research facility that opened just this month that's focused exactly on improving technology for advanced treatment. So some of our study results indicate that by setting up a diversion and treatment point in this Western Delta, the reliability aspect is high during a drought because you can treat for salt. So the Delta goes salty during a drought. The Delta is going salty because of sea level rise, and so this has a very high level of reliability related to sea level rise. Certainly in terms of a Delta levee failure, the reliability is extremely high because you cannot divert salty water to Southern California for human consumption or for agricultural uses. So the idea of being able to treat it seems very strategic. But most importantly, and I'll just go back on that slide right there, is the fish aspect. What our studies have shown is that the Pittsburgh-Antioch area is in that X2 zone at half of the time. So half the time it's to the east, half the time it's to the west. So when X2 shifts to the east, to the central part of the delta, that's where the fish also go. So the idea is that you harvest water behind that. And yes, it's more expensive to treat it, but is it doable? And that's the key aspect of this concept, is this a fish-friendly possibility? So the Western Delta in this slide shows about 20 miles of shoreline that I'm talking about between the Senator Nedgedly Bridge, or otherwise known as the Antioch Bridge, on the east side all the way to the west to Chips Island. And again, this is where the X2 area is. There's a lot of industrial zoned land that could be available for a major or a minor project facility. The other thing that is very interesting in this area is that 40% of California drains through this area. And the depth of the channels in this area are about 40 feet deep. So it's a little bit of an Easter egg hunt, and as you know, in terms of trying to find a fish-friendly solution in the Delta, where can you go that you can work around tidal influence, water velocity, so the idea that you've got depth to play with, you've got temperature zones, you've got a lot of possibilities here that while in the past this idea may have surfaced and been dismissed, I think there is a project here. And that's what our initial studies have shown, and that's why we're suggesting it to be included into your planning process. But this slide represents, we are an industrial area. Our cities very much encourage industry to come here. We've got 9 major power plants, so there's infrastructure already available there for this type of a concept. So we believe it to be a win-win in terms of fisheries issues from the concept of adaptability, operational flexibility to avoid fish impacts. We see it as highly reliable, whether it's in a levee failure, a dry period, or sea level rise. This could be viewed as either replacement yield for the state and federal projects or a new yield, potentially. And a lot of the alternatives that are being considered out there don't produce new yield. This, though, could if it proved out to be fish friendly. Water quality standpoint, it's a win-win. You could, by adding treatment, you get rid of the salts. Other constituents of concern that we all are aware of, nutrients, pesticides, pharmaceuticals, all of that can be treated depending on, it's just a matter of cost. And the idea of salt from an agricultural standpoint, there's a huge issue related to recirculation in the South Delta for the Central Valley farmers. The idea that if you take the salt out to begin with, maybe you have less of a problem. And that's a huge investment consideration in terms of the water that's flowing south, is what do you do with those salts? And so this would be a potential solution that would address that. Brine disposal is another thing that comes up on a regular basis. And the area, again, I mentioned this is X2 at 50%, so the salts are quite a bit less than the bay or the ocean. If you take that, and traditionally on a desalting concept, you double the salt concentration, and the idea would be that you would ship that to the west towards the bay and match the salt content of the bay. So you're not adding mass in this situation. You're not adding salt. You're simply concentrating. So the strategy would be to figure out a way to disperse that at a point where the mass is, or the concentration is the same as the concentration that you're developing. That's the idea. Finally, the bigger alternative, again, if it were placed in for example, in the BDCP, a larger concept, there's a far shorter conveyance available. Upland soils is important, that you look at the sea level rise modeling. And even at the 1 meter point, and I didn't bring that slide here, but the conveyance facility that from this area would stay out of that. So you're upland of what's going to happen in the bay, or in the delta. Also, the upland soils are far more stable and easier to work in than the peat soils within the delta. Again, the intake in this area is much deeper with far stronger flows than any other part of the delta. So from a fish avoidance standpoint, screening the velocities that you can work around the depth, it seems very intriguing. And that is the challenge, though. Is it fish friendly with acceptable costs? Is it an emergency relief measure only, or is it an independent alternative? Those are the big questions. And so our recommended next steps include for the council to dedicate funds to the science program and let them get after this and look at it from an independent standpoint. And the devil is in the detail. There's not just one data point or a few in this area. Because of the depth of the water, the available 20 miles of coast shoreline, the flows, there's a need to really get in and look at the details of this and find a project. Our initial studies indicate there is a project, and we offer all of that to the council and to the science program as a starter point. But I believe that's very important, is to get this in the hands of the science program. Secondly, included in the emergency response planning, listed a project in the council's near-term actions and funding plan. This is something that can be done right away. There are existing intakes out there that you could use to prove this concept. Is it fish friendly? Is it cost effective? Fourth, to include the Delta plan in the Delta plan as an adaptive management project, and fifth, to submit it to the BDCP as an alternative conveyance. That concludes my presentation.
Mr. Choi.
Yeah. Thanks, Gary, for your presentation. A couple questions. What's the general length of the conveyance? That you get that 20-mile range in there, but from either the furthest point or closest point to the Clifton Core, what's again, you showed the red line on that one slide. I just get some sense of the scale there. Okay, that's about 25, 30 miles. Is it? Okay. Yep. And our Los Vaqueros pipeline was 20 miles from Old River to right in the same vicinity that we're talking about. So I'd say about probably 30 miles, 25. And what's the general elevation differential, say from the shoreline there, that you showed in the one slide to the Clifton Court? You could obviously go over some topography, but what's the general elevation rise?
Well, again, this is the incised area. This is the channel of 40% drainage of California, so that gets upland fairly rapidly. My whole service area is up an elevation of 10 feet plus.
Okay.
So that's another advantage of when you look at sea level rise, the fact that we've had 7 inches in the last 100 years and predicted lots more in the next 100 years. One concept of this being attractive is there's a fair amount of upland area available.
I'm curious, on the last bullet of your, on the recommended next steps, what's been the reception you received thus far in the BDCP process? Obviously, they've gone through, scoping of different sorts and, whittled down to some, a range of alternatives. What's been reception? It hasn't been included thus far, I trust. That's why the bullet's there, but have you gotten feedback? I mean, again, just the announcement in July, I guess my third question was kind of what did Siemens come up with? Maybe it's proprietary, but what is it that they did that would take the desal cost down 50%? Because that may be a factor versus anything else that would be considered. So I guess kind of two-part question. One, what does Siemens come up with? And secondly, what's been the reception by BDCP and the parties there?
Okay, thanks. Good question.
Yeah.
So on the Siemens side, I'm only one question deep on what they came up with. I looked at I follow the development of technology, and energy is the biggest factor associated with advanced treatment. And so there is a company in the Silicon Valley that is focused just on recovering the energy inside of the desalination process and recirculating it back to the front end of the process. And that's in place. Siemens, if they can break that, it could be a huge development around the world if you can lower the energy cost on advanced treatment by half. That is astounding. So there's a lot of excitement. That's a bench scale. They're going to move now to a prototype demonstration project is their next step.
So they're still in the forms of development, but it's
right.
promising at this point in time.
Very
so,
promising.
Yeah.
On the other question, in terms of BDCP, we've submitted the comments. We have not heard back. I have asked and inquired why that is, and there's a general thinking that this is in the heart of the Delta smelt habitat. I know that. Yet, do they move around, and can you divert water that avoids impacts to them? And that really is the issue. And I don't think there's enough data out there yet to absolutely prove that. Our studies have shown, based on the data points with Fish and Game, and we had a fisheries report that's done that is available online, indicate that there are times where it is very strategic that the eggs and larvae aren't there, and that you can screen for adults, and that during ebb times of the flow where it's absolutely still out there, that's not a time to divert, because that you'll end up entrainment. A lot of fishery entrainment. So I think the concept, more or less, because of the cost and because of, this is in the middle of Delta smelt and other protected species habitat, it's been dismissed. But what we're suggesting is the devil is really in the details on this concept.
Okay. Well, thanks, Gary. And thanks again for your work on the Freeport project as well. So,
yeah, you're welcome. Thank you.
Mr. Fiorini.
Thanks, Gary. I appreciate your report. This concept surfaced during the Delta Vision process several years ago, and at that time, there was, I think, generally Southern California interests that were proposing it as an alternative. I'm curious, since that time, you now are embracing this concept. What are other agencies surrounding your area? How do they feel about this?
Well, the Bay Area at large is studying. They have a regional project that they've invested a couple of $1 million to date in, and have set up a pilot plant, and have drawn some conclusions that it's very feasible from a technology standpoint. They have not looked at to my knowledge, they have not looked at what the strategy associated with fisheries issues, avoidance, adaptability, the flexibility. That has not been studied at all within our region. I think the concept is there, and it's included in the urban water supply management plans for the Bay Area. Many of them are interested in the idea. It's moving very slowly. It is moving forward, but I would say it's moving very, very slowly. So, and in terms of what are the ultimate strategies for the Bay Area water supply and how does this fit in, I think it is a possibility, and that idea can certainly align with the state and federal project potentially. Does that answer your question?
No, but that's all right.
There may be politics there. I'm not sure. I'm sorry.
Ms. Darling, I was interested in your letter when it came in March because it alluded to a Western Delta alternative to the other state export system alternatives. And I asked for more details, which I think led to your June letter and to this meeting. But I am puzzled as to what this is. Is it an alternative to completely replace the existing Delta pumps? Is it an alternative to be run in conjunction with the pumps? Because the slides, which I went through this morning when I got a copy, suggest it could be all of those things. We just don't know, and somebody should study the fisheries impact, which is a little odd to me, because arguably that ought to, if it's designed to be a facilities alternative, BDCP is the facility stuff. We are a potential appellate body from that. We are not the body doing it. Is this a local project you want state money for? Or should it be just a totally state project for water contract? I mean, I can't get my hands around the idea.
Yeah, thank you. That's I think a very defining question in terms of what are the motivations of my district and my board of directors associated with this. Again, it's really from the standpoint of a regional, a development, a sustainable solution. We're on the Delta. The idea of jobs is extremely intriguing to us. The bandwidth of this is really, as you described, it could be any of those, quite frankly. But the concept needs to be studied and proven from a fishery standpoint. There isn't a project that we're driving and asking for funding for. That is not the idea. The idea is to put this concept on the table as a solution that should be looked at from the near term of emergency supply. There's a water quality component. There's potentially a larger project. But
So this is I think what I heard you say, this is not a local project where local or regional interests will necessarily benefit. It is instead the suggestion of your water reclamation district of what the state and other interested parties should study, I guess, right?
That's correct. Now,
how big a facility do you anticipate? What's the capacity export? What's the cost? I represented a good part of this area for 10 years in the legislature. If this configuration is anywhere close to what I remember, you're running through a lot of houses, which is going to be expensive. Talk to me about do you have even a ballpark figure? Do you have a size of the facility? Because the scientists, if we did say to our scientists, study this, they're going to say, what is it we're studying?
That's right.
So,
That's right.
Well, who's supposed to say how big, when, where? I mean, I was kind of hoping that this was going to be some consolidation. Let me see if I remember the ideas. Board member from Irvine Ranch Water District. Yeah, Pierce Swan came up with the idea, let's use the Sacramento Ship Channel and figure a way to cross the Delta. Then CCWD was talking at some time about some other options, but they wanted to have an intake maybe kind of sort of up near the Carquinez Straits. I could understand that because at least from the Contra Costa viewpoint, intakes that are farther to the west probably require the water contractors in the state to maintain better water quality, which is of benefit to water district. But you're a reclamation district. You don't do water. You treat water, but you don't provide water services. You clean it up. So I'm puzzled about what this is, not what it could be. I'm searching, as I have been for months now, the occasional voice in the Delta that says you ought to do a Western Delta alternative have yet to come up with a defined plan that's got enough meat on the bones to start chewing and eating.
So the projects that we have looked at, and the idea of any water, what it could be, is important. So like on groundwater development or any other type of water resource development, you can start very small and prove out the fisheries issues and the cost issues, but it really could be, what it could be is huge. And, you know, we've spent time at looking at a smaller project, a smaller starter project that would prove out the concept of cost and fisheries, you know, so we've gone that far, and we point out the possibilities.
You mentioned the Contra Costa Water District study. Ms. Martin sent up a little request to explain about her study, and my recollection is that's a desal study of some kind. But that's a local project. You're not bringing this in as a local project idea. You're saying I've got a good idea that the state somehow somewhere ought to really study a lot.
Right, because part of, you know, as I explained, my background is water resource development, and when I was at East Bay Mud, we started that was at that time that we started to look for desalination as being one of the tools in the portfolio of Bay Area water supply. And then just, you know, in terms of where I'm at and the function that I'm in, the fact that we do treat water, we have a discharge, you know, there are those possibilities. And, you know, from the mayors of our area in an economically distressed area, an industrial area, western, you know, there's just what it could be is exactly the right frame of mind to think about this. And, you know, in terms of study and sizes, we've looked at different sized operations in terms of what it costs to treat. You know, a 5 million gallon a day starter facility in the $30 to $40 million range, all the way up to the point of we ran the numbers for 1 million acre feet. If you were to build the infrastructure just to treat 1 million acre feet of water, is $3.5 billion, and that's just in the treatment cost itself. It's not the conveyance. And it is an urban area, but again, if you're already in the you know, you look at it from the bigger potential standpoint, the fact that you're already considering a tunnel, you know, this fits right in with, and what we're pointing out is it's a lot shorter distance if that's ultimately what you're
but
developing.
a tunnel under open property is one thing. A tunnel under houses, I dare to say, is something a whole lot different.
Well, of course, there's the bark tunnels under the bay and under San Francisco, and, you know, there are major tunnels.
There's no one living on the San Francisco Bay for the bark tunnel or the San Francisco Water District tunnel they're putting through. I mean, I understand things can be done. And okay, all right, I've got your idea. Why don't you just sit right there, Patrick? Did you have a question? Okay, Ms. Martin, you want to come up and tell us about the Contra Costa Water District study?
Thank you, Maureen Martin, Contra Costa Water District. And I just wanted to give you an update that we are still engaged in the Bay Area Regional Desalination Project, and we are going to move forward soon as all of our partner agencies sign our most recent MOU to evaluate a desalination project at our Mallard Slough intake, which is in the Western Delta near the region we were talking about. And that should be going forward soon, hopefully starting next month. So we'll be looking at water quality impacts associated with brine disposal, potential fishery impacts, and what kind of operations we'll have to do to minimize that or mitigation. And we'll be interacting with the other agencies, fishery agencies, to get their input and that. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. If it's continued of interest to the council, we are happy to submit the reports and give you updates.
Is the regional effort studying this proposal?
We are studying our own proposal. So we have, it's been a long project. So.
Explain how your proposal is different from this proposal.
Well, we are studying using our Mallard Slough intake. I'm not exactly sure. I haven't seen the presentation except for just briefly this morning. I know.
Too,
so what exactly is being proposed, I'm not totally clear. It's very similar in concept. You know, it's a desalination facility in the Western Delta. It's 25 MGD intake.
Where does your study envisage the water would be used?
Our partners are East Bay Mud, Zone 7, Santa Clara Water District, and SFPUC.
So it's a regional plan.
It's a regional plan.
Yeah, Mr. Darling's plan, as I understand it, is would be proposed for water export south, I think. At least that's what I understand. Your
we are
plan
not
does-
evaluating
Your
that.
plan does not run anything to Clifton Court, or does it?
No, it doesn't
Or
run
might
anything
it?
to Clifton Core. Part of the study will include the different conveyance options, and so one of the options, can be a direct. There's the pipeline that he mentioned, the Los Vaqueros pipeline that ties into the McCallamy Aqueduct. That's going to be evaluated in the feasibility of that. That's pretty unknown, and so East Bay Med is embarking on a huge modeling study to try and see how their system, when time would be available in their system to take water from Contra Costa Water District in general. There's also the possibility, although it's not very popular, of with some of our partner agencies that we can do through Delta transfers, with the Santa Clara Water District. And so that will be part of our evaluation for the potential project yield, even though some of our partners have expressed a strong interest to stay away from the pumps and any through Delta activity, but we're just going to continue to evaluate it just to be robust. So, anything.
Thank you, Ms. Martin.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, any other questions, Mr. Darling? Yeah. Ms. Gray?
I want to thank you for the presentation. I think the council should be open to new ideas, especially out-of-the-box ideas, and I look forward to the evaluation as we look at our co-equal goals. I just want to thank you for coming this morning.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Good. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay,
Appreciate it
thanks a
a great
lot. Yep.
deal. Thank you. Ms. Gray, you had a question before Ms. McPeak ran out of here.
Yes,
Ms. McPeak,
I'm
would you
sorry
come back up here, please?
Anything for Gloria. Thank you. I apologize for not thinking of this before you sat down. First of all, let me thank you and your colleague for coming out this morning. I found your report very insightful and very frank, and I think the fact that it was very frank and realistic in terms of the risk to the Delta should really be a wake-up call for leadership in this state, and Randy certainly mentioned the federal government. But I have a couple of questions. Well, first of all, I want to thank you for the fact that you recognize that the Delta Stewardship Council gets a very good grade in governance, because I think it's important to have that open communication as it relates to stakeholders, have an opportunity to share their perspectives. So I was very glad to see that grade. My question has to do with, could you give me an example of near-term actions? I know covered action has been a subject that we've had a lot of discussion about, but any kind of near-term action, covered action, whatever, that you could give us an example of that meets both the co-equal goals itself?
I can. Thank you, Ms. Gray, for the question. In the 10 near-term recommendations in the Delta Vision Strategic Plan, I sort of oversimplify, but they fall into two buckets as I would view them. One is in terms of emergency preparedness in the Delta itself. So getting better prepared for should there be flooding, should there be a breach of levees, having pre-positioned, and I do want to acknowledge quite a bit of work has gone into pre-positioning a lot of material. I think just knowing from experience, running some more exercises, getting the citizenry now up to a state of readiness. And I'm turning to Member Natoli, because I sort of look to the Delta Protection Commission as the representatives of the Delta community. The Delta Stewardship Council also can be a great help in that. So that's one area of activity. But probably the most important, that goes to your question of the two co-equal goals, how to restore the Delta estuary and how to have greater supply reliability in the near term, comes down to, can we actually capture water when it's truly surplus so that we leave more water in the estuary when the fish need it, and get more water south of the Delta into the ground in the San Joaquin Valley and in over the Tehachapi's into Southern California. And do that when, in a year such as 2011, we've got, I dare say, more water going out the Golden Gate than we actually need, or that science says is essential. I want to hasten to say flushing flows are really important in the estuary. I often say after the first 70,000 CFS, I want to take all of the back end of those flushing flows and I need to get them into storage. And unfortunately, you have to suck it up fast, so it has to go into surface storage. You can't get it into the ground as fast as it comes down. There's no percolation rate that approaches a precipitation rate. And be able to then get water, most importantly, ultimately into the ground in the San Joaquin Valley. And remember, there are 2 water basins in the San Joaquin Valley. We've got the San Joaquin River Basin and then the Tulare Lake River Basin. You have to have recharge in both in order to be able to sustain ag in this state. So going to improved through delta, that is widening up some channels, putting in rock barriers, movable rock barriers, putting in a fish screen, doing that now so that we're able to actually get more water through. We don't yet have the storage, but get more water through and at the same time build a strategic levee system. Now, we actually use those words very carefully. It won't be every island, every levee as we know them today. The real question is to ask in an engineering sense is, if you're going to, for example, open up Middle River to 8,000 CFS, that's my candidate out of the chute. The question is where you're putting the dredge spoils, how far back? How far back is your assumption of sea level rise, and how much of a bench is your assumption of how strong those levees should be? So I propose, we've had this discussion in a lot of different arenas, assume the 55-inch sea level rise, be pretty conservative of that, and that's actually what EPA, Cal EPA, I think, ultimately advised. Secondly, build really strong levees, and we need a strategic levee system in the South Delta, where near the pumps. We need it along Middle River, and we need it in the Western Delta. The collapse that would happen at Chips Island, if it starts going down, you just heard Gary talk about it, just has this ripple effect, has the ripple effect of then water rushing in, saltier water rushing into the estuary, and it takes more fresh water then to flush it out. So if we want to conserve as much fresh water as possible for both the fish and for exports. Today, that interest is served by having the islands. Those islands actually take up space. It takes less water, less fresh water, to keep the dynamic estuary, the freshwater, saltwater interface. It takes less water to maintain a healthy delta because the levees define space that you don't have to have water in. We have about a 100-year horizon of restoration of that delta back to more natural habitat. Restoration of certain places where there's shallower reproductive zones, null zones, more residence time in the estuary for the nutrients to grow for the fish. All of that's part of it. But I like to say the most important part of habitat for fish actually is water. And enough water at the right time at the right temperature, and the only way we reduce conflicts to get to the 2 co-equal goals is if we can take water for exports when it's not needed by fish. And today, historically, more water gets exported out of the delta in a dry year than in a wet year. Why is that? Because we do not have the physical facilities to actually capture the water when it's truly surplus. This sounds maybe oversimplified. It's just my farm girl common sense here. But folks, we do not have the right facilities to actually manage for either the environment, i.e. restoration of the delta, or the economy, i.e. water supply reliability. So, were it in my power, I would declare an emergency, because this is one in my opinion. In fact, there's probably enough emergency declarations on the books right now to do it. And I would have a crew in the delta like next month, beginning to do the through delta improvements and reconstructing delta levees. I have personally asked the water agencies, such as the Contra Costa Water District, such as the San Joaquin county public works departments, such as all of the counties that participate in the Delta Protection Council, come up with your proposal on the strategic levy system. And I know that has also been formally requested by the San Joaquin Valley Partnership. When you got the 12 counties of the Bay and the San Joaquin Valley willing to support something, if we can simply get to agreement, and it requires agreement by the state. You know, the authority has to come, Ms. Gray, from the state of California ultimately to allow this to happen. And yes, the reclamation districts. But that's the kind of immediate action and urgent action that would start to reduce the conflicts in the system and get to achieving the two co-equal goals.
I know you've described a process, but is there any kind of out-of-the-box thinking that's never been done before? Because I know leadership is very critical in whatever is done. So, and you seem like a very creative person. Have you thought out of the box in terms of how to bring together all these agencies to make things happen?
The best thinking that I've been a part of doing is actually written in the report card, and you know, the innovation that comes from listening to a Gary Darling, listening to others who have very interesting ideas. I always have to listen a lot to Pierce Swan because I don't immediately understand you know, his engineering insights. So I try to be patient with these ideas that might solve the problem. But I kind of think there's not going to be this magic bullet. There's not going to be a silver bullet. There is silver buckshot. So what we think, you know, in terms of silver buckshot, at a critical mass of actions, and those are what is in the strategic action plan. The thing about thinking out of the box that I think your question begs is it requires bold leadership. Somebody has to step up and say, we're going to get it done now. And actually, that person occupies the corner office in the Capitol in one way or another.
A question for Joe, because Sonny underscored the recommendation number one that that the report card has, and it says the administration should begin construction of improved through Delta conveyance and strategic levee systems in the next year. This can be accomplished with leadership, focus, and commitment. Well, accepting the rhetorical emphasis of the last sentence, is there the authority and funds to do that?
There's authority and funds to make significant levee improvements in the Delta. I don't know that I would call them through Delta improvements, but it would have that effect. So you could say, for example, and I think it's actually something that's likely to happen, we have $300 million and we want to spend 100 of it on the Western Delta Islands to make sure that they are all at this given standard because we recognize salinity impacts if they fail. We also want to make sure that these critical levees that protect the major thoroughfares, if you will, where water moves, such as Middle River, are improved. And certainly you could do that. You could say the legislature could give DWR the money. We have money that's in 1E, and they could allocate that money that way rather than through what has been traditional, which is more special projects, which have in the past been focused on the Western Delta Islands and levee subventions. So you'd have
or the East Bay Mud Aqueduct.
Or the East Bay Mud Aqueduct, which does improve water supply reliability, but
No, but when you look at the levee that's between Upper and Lower Jones, I mean, right in that corridor, you've got the railway, you've got the East Bay Mud Aqueducts, you've got the Kinder Morgan pipeline. I mean, they're literally sitting there. They're in the two pipelines, East Bay Mud and Kinder Morgan's, are like on stilts. When they're on elevated supports. I think it was June 4th, 2004, when the levee breached on Upper Jones, which is the south one, right?
Sounds right.
Pardon?
That sounds like the right
Yeah.
date.
Well, it's June. It actually wasn't windy then, and it wasn't high tide then. It had been windy, it had been high tide, but suddenly, who expected, we're sitting, it's June, and we got a levee breach. It was early in the administration in which I served, but it took over 24 hours to write an emergency order to stop, to actually start doing something. The rock that got dropped, or that breach would have been huge, I authorized to be brought from Caltrans District 10 out of Stockton because we had $10 million emergency dollars. Had I asked permission, I wouldn't have gotten it in 24 hours. I said, start dropping the rock. Just bring it. Literally. And it's that kind, I'm saying that it's that kind of breaking through, whether or not that's thinking out of the box, breaking through the bureaucratic webs we've got that do not allow us to get to where the people expect us to be. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
maybe
totally.
just for Joe, I think as he responded to Pat Johnson's question, was Sonny still at the table? Oh, just real quick, because I think this, the sense of urgency, the quick action and so forth, and I just, even if the money's authorized, I think Special Projects was able to clear some of the environmental hurdles, but the permitting and environmental clearances, which again are part of the law, I mean, to get in there in a year, you can talk about having money, but we've had folks that, before us in recent months tell us about, what it takes to put together the projects, to get them cleared through DWR, to get them cleared through the CEQA process, to get them through, potentially if it's federal dollars involved, a NEPA process. And a year, it sounds like a long time in some people's minds, but I mean, that can be a short time, and I think you just, in your last comments, Sonny, talked about what it took, in an emergency action, in a very, very urgent situation. I guess my question to Joe, appropriation of money is a big part of it, and having the money to do that, but, to get folks engaged, and again, maybe the governor can do it to an emergency order. I don't know. I mean, we saw that when it comes to floods. I know that in repairing damages, and that's what you expressed in this Jones track. But I'm just curious about, if there was that level of commitment, could you really do that outside of an emergency declaration? I guess.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, you cannot do it outside. You asked Joe, but I'm answering.
Yeah, that's fine. Well, both of you. So that's why I wanted you still there. That's why I said both you and Joe.
Well, the governor did an emergency declaration for levees to upgrade major levees way back in 2005.
That was a special projects, right? That was
no. He did an emergency declaration for project levies.
It was the post-Katrina declaration.
It was post-Katrina, and that actually authorized, and I think we spent certainly over $1 billion under that emergency declaration improving levees that were substandard and might fail for urban areas.
For urban areas, but Joe just actually underscored the fact that it's possible. I answered, I think, prematurely because you asked, could this be done outside of an emergency order? You need an emergency order. I mean, that declaration of an emergency is the foundation legally. You then have to marshal the people who do the engineering, the design and the engineering, and they do exist. I mean, they exist in these water agencies. So put them in the room. They exist in DWR. You say, we need the design and we need it in 30 days. And these are people who are not used to working in that time frame, but they are smart enough to come up with it, and in fact, we're going to have to rely on their intelligence and their experience. So do it. I mean, I know, I can tell you, we are able as a people to move projects and as a government if that is what we are determined to do. And you have your attorneys ready to defend it. Yes, you start that process too. But you have to move ahead because we've got too much of the environment, too much of the economy in the Delta, too much of the water supply resting on a very precarious set of circumstances. That, in my opinion, I would stand before any judge and defend as the basis of an emergency order and urgent action. The authority under an executive order is actually pretty vast. And in California, we're very fortunate because we still have a lot of money sitting in Prop 1E. It's not been dedicated to the Delta levees to protect the water supply or the fish. Remember, the water supply for the fish and the water supply for exports are all served by a strategic levee system. What I pegged, and when we first started the Delta Vision Task Force, Mr. Eisenberg will remember every time DWR would sit here, I'd say, so do you have 750 million, 750 million, not 100 million, not 150 million. Those are the numbers that are in Chapter 9 right now of your draft. That's too modest, too inadequate. 750 million should be the starter number of the target for, we need to program that money now for, I'll use the term, the strategic levee systems in the Delta. And the reason that's great, because you don't build those strategic levee systems without doing the dredging. You build the levees in part from the dredging, and you're opening up channels. So the money to do what is needed immediately in terms of improved conveyance, because even in the most optimistic of scenarios for something such as isolated conveyance, that's a few years off. That is a few years off. And I'm not saying even a decade. I mean, even if I had the responsibility to make it happen, I think I would have to tell you that's a few years off. So in the meantime, you want to do through Delta, and the reason that that's also so important, not only just for immediate actions, it has to do with informing in a regime of adaptive management the sizing of the isolated component of conveyance. I mean, it actually is an essential step on both the science or policy side and the politics to being able to get agreement around what is the right size and alignment of an isolated component of conveyance that we presume is going to be needed. Some will say maybe it's not. You've got still voices who say that. And I say, okay, then let those who oppose isolated conveyance should let or those who want isolated conveyance, let me put it this way, should let the proponents of non-isolated prove how wrong they are. You know, you bet that you're right. If you're for isolated conveyance, you need to get the through Delta put through and see how much improvement happens. If you're for through Delta, then you better be able to show it's going to work, so let's get that done anyway. This is the way to get to a much greater agreement around the conveyance solution.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, Pat.
The word strategic catches my attention, and it suggests the way you use it that it's there's already a consensus and sort of bureaucratic malaise or politics or something has interfered with us moving ahead for spending available money to deal with strategic levees and those improvements that would be through Delta, and that those policies or those priorities are not in dispute. Is that the case? Well, because on page 178 of our plan, we have a policy that says guidelines for Delta levee special flood control projects and subvention programs shall be used to determine consistency of projects using state funds with the Delta plan. And that's prior to the completion of DWR's framework for investments in Delta integrated flood management. Are we talking about the same thing?
No, we're not. Or at least I don't. I think you're referencing that page. I don't have it in front of me. I have read in depth the Chapter 9. Is this in the funding and financing section?
No.
No, it's not.
No.
Well, let me say why I answered no, it's not the same. In the funding and strategic draft, Chapter 9, there is a reference that sounded similar to what you read in terms of evaluating, if you will, the cost-benefit of restoring levees based on the value of the land, based on the value of the use of the land. The reason I use strategic levee system is it has very little to protecting what's on the inside of the levees these days. The primary value, as much as I love every inch of the Delta, all of the communities, all of the, the agriculture, I mean, it is, we do honor in the Delta Strategic Plan.
All your
Delta's a
children are
special
above
place.
average,
And-
yeah.
No, well, they are very special and unique too, yes. And they're certainly smarter than their mom. But having said that, the bigger value, the bigger contribution of those levees today is in protecting water supply. They were built to reclaim land, to protect the land on the inside.
Okay, so what I hear you saying is that we shouldn't save everything. It shouldn't be based on what's protected behind the levees, but we ought to be strategic, and the strategy ought to be based on repelling seawater and facilitating fish and exports.
I'm saying beyond what has been the traditional levee subvention program, where there was participation from the landowners and the reclamation districts, that I use the term, or the Delta Vision strategic plan did, strategic in that the investment by the public, in the case of the Prop E1 bonds, and also if there were to be any participation by users, although I'm not going to hold my breath on that in the short term, the strategic word is used because it has the value of protecting the estuary and the exports. That's what's intended to be conveyed by
So
the
did you
word
modify your view that we ought to do the levee subvention sufficient to partner with reclamation districts in order to protect everything that locals are willing to participate in protecting, and in addition to that have a fund and strategy that does these sort of larger statewide objectives?
I personally do. I do, Mr. Johnston. I think it's important.
And if you had to choose for emphasis, would you?
Oh, yeah, and choose in terms of immediate action the strategic levee system. And that, let me elaborate. And maybe I have a lot of angry people sitting behind me.
Briefly.
Yeah, okay,
please.
I was willing to leave a while ago.
I know, but I can't blame Miss Gray for asking you a question.
I thought we had 55 minutes and we could have this seminar.
Also embedded in the strategic levee system concept is increased channel capacity and setbacks. So to get to a strategic levee system that allows us to improve through Delta, there's widening, so that impacts the configuration today.
So now...
And let me finish. And the bench on the back end to get to a stronger levee goes into the land that may now be used for something else. So that is why you have to start with a strategic levee concept.
Okay, so Joe, which parts of Sonny's action are reflected in our policies?
I think they're all reflected, but in a different way with a different emphasis.
So how would you characterize that?
So, for example, we talk about setback levees and we talk about dredging, but we don't say that we need to do that to increase the throughput, if you will, of flows through the delta. We say that we need to do setback levees primarily for ecosystem benefit and for strengthening of the levees when you're doing strengthening, but not for throughput. And I don't think we say that's something we don't say anywhere in the plan, is that we need to increase throughput.
Actually, Joe, Randy, if I'm off track, help me on this, but
Yeah.
I'm trying to get a sense of, is the Delta plan going to state a preference for how the state ought to spend its money on levies? And if so, what is that? And so Sonny's comments provide an opportunity to sort of look at that again because she stated pretty clearly a state set of priorities. And then, as someone who once ran for office, she modified it to make sure that everything else would be taken care of too. But I'm sympathetic to that. But I think, Randy, at times we've talked about trying to analyze, well, what's being protected behind the levee, and is that a cost benefit or not? So,
well, the way we're addressing that issue is actually saying we want to include the value of the water interest that's being protected when we do the analysis of cost benefit.
I see.
So that we actually quantify that and we actually have a way of saying.
So is that clear? Maybe I read the wrong thing. Is this clear in, if someone read our report, would they
clearly not?
Would they
if you
understand?
didn't get
Well,
it.
you know,
so
no, that's
it
not
seemed
the
clearly,
test necessarily, but
no,
somebody ought to be able to
the
understand
test ought to
it.
be Aunt Charlotte, I think. Felicia Marcus always talks about her Aunt Charlotte being able to read it and understand it, and it's clear to me that obviously we haven't met that standard yet. So we're going to have to work on that language. But that was, the thought process was, we clearly need to analyze not just what's behind the levees, but also what we're protecting in terms of water infrastructure, and we need to do that in some way that makes sense. So we have this expected annual damage number that we wanted to calculate that would incorporate that in, so we can actually have some sense of what is it we're protecting, and are we actually reducing the risk to the economy and to the islands themselves. And we wanted to do that on an island-by-island basis as well as on a delta-wide basis, so that we change the way we do this. Right now it's kind of we have this concept and we kind of throw money at the problem, and the thought was we need to become much more strategic about how we do that, but that we weren't going to get there overnight. In the meantime, we have this blank spot in our finance chapter where we want to put a conceptual chart of what we might recommend for funding over the next 5 to 15 years. And I think our intent was to put $500 million in there for delta levees. There's already underway approved projects, about $130 million that are being done right now through DWR on delta projects. I think those are significant, but we think that we should spend this other money strategically, but we haven't put it exactly the way that Sonny has.
Randy.
At the risk of plowing the same furrow twice, I want to...
That can occasionally be good farming practices, right?
Not necessarily.
Yeah, not necessarily.
I think that, with all due respect to the grade that we've received as a council and report card, the Delta levy plan that is under development is really incomplete, and that we have more work to do. And I think Joe has outlined what I think is the direction that we're headed. Currently, the Delta levy plan, it doesn't exist, really emphasizes qualifying for federal reimbursement after a disaster happens. And we need to shift that to developing a Delta levy plan that focuses on protecting the people and property, just as the statute asks us to do. That becomes the baseline. We had a conversation at a workshop on Monday about this, and I believe we're going to get into more detail tomorrow about the specifics of that. But the foundation is an island-by-island evaluation of what is necessary levy-wise to protect what's behind the levee. Then the second tier is the statewide mandate for water supply reliability, ecosystem protection. And that is where the strategic part comes into play as to what levees do we need to address and what channels do we need to address for the interim period for the through delta flows. And I'm looking forward to having a much more focused discussion tomorrow about this. But the delta levy plan that's in the 5th draft, it is not fully developed yet. and particularly in Chapter 9 with the reference to finances. We've got a long ways to go on that. So this is very helpful, but I don't think anyone should judge us by what's currently in the plan, because there is more to come.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. McPeak. Mr. Minton, you have exactly 2 minutes to respond to Ms. McPeak's comments, and then we're going to go to the lead scientist report.
I think Sonny's comments were some of the most perceptive that you have received in your tenure here. What she did was bring a sense of urgency that is sorely lacking. Near-term actions are what are doable. Yes, there are a lot of processes that will extend for months, years, decades. What can be done now? At PCL recently, we've been going around talking to other stakeholders, not just environmentalists, but Delta folks and water users. And we're finding that there is a growing recognition of things need to be done. And there's also perhaps a beginning willingness to work together to harmonize, and this is where I think we can refine Sonny's approach just a little bit, not just the two co-equal objectives of water supply reliability and ecosystem, but also Delta as place. And I think that these are not at all mutually exclusive, and I'm going to look forward to reporting back to you on our progress in talking with those other parties to advance this so things can be done. What can we see on the ground in the next 5 years? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Minton. Okay, members, look, with the Delta Protection Commission report coming in tomorrow morning, not today, what we're going to do is move up the lead scientist report, then we're going to get the report from the Independent Science Board, the two parts of the report for the Science Board, and try to finish that all by noon if we possibly can. Okay? Mr. Dom, Dr. Dom.
Cliff. I have 3 items that I'm going to talk about in the lead scientist report, but before I do that, I'd like to actually spend just a minute or two weighing in on what we've been just discussing relative to the levees, because I think there is some interesting work going on both in Europe and in Japan that addresses some of the issues that we're talking about relative to levees. And I'll start with the European information, and that is many of the large-scale restoration projects that are going on in rivers within Europe relate to this issue of how much room do you leave for the river and still maintain that protection of human property and human lives. And at the same time, how do you also optimize flood management by opening up the levees? And so setback levees or redesign of levees has been an integral part of a lot of the large-scale restoration efforts on the Rhine, on the Danube, on some of the rivers in Switzerland, and also some of the big rivers in some of the highly populated areas of Japan. And one, I thought, rather insightful piece of information that one of my colleagues, Clement Tochner, over in Berlin has come up with is they have gone in and they have done an assessment of the channel length to channel edge. So if you have a channelized system that is basically a canal, your edge to length ratio is 2. But if you open that up and allow more interaction between the edges and the channel, that number can go up to as high as 20 to 1 in some very highly braided meandering type of systems. What they've done in many areas in Europe and Japan is to try to move that ratio from 2 towards something like 4, getting more of an edge interaction, and then they've addressed whether or not biodiversity has changed as a result of those kinds of activities. And there seems to be a pretty strong correlation between biodiversity of fish, biodiversity of birds, biodiversity of amphibians, and whether or not they have increased that edge to length ratio. So as we begin to think about some of the design functions for some of the levees moving forward, we can be talking about flood protection, we can be talking about flood management, but there's also a habitat and biodiversity component that's worth thinking about. And just thought I'd lay that out as one of the other ways of thinking about where within the Delta it might be useful to try to increase this edge to channel ratio as it might support some of the fish populations that are there. And birds actually too. Birds are one of the more responsive. Having a more basically having a dimension that is moving laterally away from the channel with more riparian vegetation also certainly increases many of the other riparian utilizing species.
Randy.
Question?
I can't help, Cliff, but follow up with the thought that you have constantly advised us to think of actions in a phased manner and testing these theories and pilot projects. So with the information that you've received from Europe and this idea of widening the channel, do you have an overlay of any particular part of the delta where you would think that this might be a good place to test that approach?
Well, my familiarity with the Delta with my limited time here is not as good as many others. I think it would be a very interesting exercise, but I'd like to bring in some in-Delta expertise and some people who worked on the Delta to help me with that. I can't just point to a map at this point in time and tell you that. I can give you examples where I've seen it done. The Lower Rhine, for example, now supports an anadromous salmon population, and they use setback levees very effectively to basically improve the quality of that lower portion of the Rhine. Some of the award-winning restoration projects on the Danube have done similar kinds of things, and some of the big restoration projects in some of the more urbanized river systems in Japan have used similar kind of design criteria. I think there probably are rules and ideas as to where you would actually select sites, and I think it would be based both on where humans have their infrastructure and where they're living, but also probably has also to do with some of the geomorphic conditions within those channels. I think it could be done. I'm probably not knowledgeable enough to give you a real good answer to that.
We'd be interested in anything you could let us look at.
Seems like it'd be an interesting topic for a good workshop, I would think.
Okay.
Quite
All right.
Good. I think there would be some thoughtful people who could help us with that. Anyway, that was not part of my report, but I thought I would sort of throw that in as a lead-in. The other three items that I wanted to talk about briefly, one is the future of the Delta Science Program. I'll start with that. I think it's kind of commonplace that when somebody's leaving, they say, well, now that you've been here for a few years, what's your vision for the future? So I spent a little bit of the last few days I was here in one weekend sort of thinking about putting some of my ideas down on paper, which I did, shared it with the science program folks. They provided a lot of good inputs, iteratively been changed, and so what basically you see as an attachment there is about a 3-page document, which is just some ideas that I put forward as to how I thought the Delta Science Program might be organized and focused to help with the next phase of Delta Plan implementation. And so, again, this is some ideas that we've been batting around, but we thought it's time now to bring it to the council so you at least can have a sense of what we're thinking of. What I was thinking of initially, and I think it's been improved upon my initial cut, but I thought the idea would be to organize the science program into some units that support some specific goals and activities that science program needs to be involved in moving forward. So I set up actually the idea that we'd have 4 units within the science program. The first unit would really focus on our expert panels, our workshops, our peer review, our public meetings, are getting people together who have differing ideas or who interpret scientific data in different ways, and those kinds of interactions, plus our interaction in making us as effective as we can be in interacting with the Delta Independent Science Board. So that was one unit that I had suggested would really focus on some of those fairly traditional activities that we've done, but really have a group of people focused on that kind of activity. The second one derives then from the enactment of the Delta Plan and moving forward. Certainly within the Delta Plan, we're going to have need for early consultation with people who are considering both water supply reliability and ecosystem restoration projects. We have issues of planning projects to optimize their use of adaptive management. We have the need to have implementation of adaptive management, making sure that the kinds of information that's being gathered is conducive to doing adaptive management well. So the second unit that I had suggested then is a unit that would focus on this early consultation, consistency determination, planning with adaptive management in mind, and then actually implementing adaptive management within the plan. The third area that I suggested as a unit would be the issue that I know we're still wrestling with in a substantive way, and that is the development of robust and useful performance measures in all aspects of the plan. How to really address effectiveness of actions that are taken, implementation actions, and also how we communicate that. I think one of the things that I used to say quite regularly when I was working in South Florida on the Kissimmee River restoration is that you're planning the largest river restoration project in the world. It's going to cost $600 million. People are going to be looking very, very carefully and very, very closely at what you've done and whether it's effective, and you better plan at the outset to have a very strong communication component. I think the report card that we heard about today is an example of one mechanism of communication, at least something that clearly defines where we are and where we're headed by actions that we take. And so communications is the other thing that I put into that Unit 3. And then finally, in Unit 4, it's really one of the key steps of adaptive management that often does not get done well, and that's the modeling, synthesis, integration, basically pulling the information together and putting it into usable, communicable, visual type of outputs. And so a group that really focused on that, we have a couple very good people that do that, but I think you just have people who would be looking at those kinds of issues, and I think we need to include in that group both more economists and more engineers. That's the kind of areas I think that we don't have strong expertise in. So those are the 4 units that I kind of envisioned, units of maybe on the order of 5, 6, 7 people, with leadership, and then the idea then of supporting the research needs moving forward. I felt that that could be something that would be part of the mission of all the units. They would work together to identify what our research needs were, that we would address research through 3 mechanisms. One of the mechanisms would be through a competitive grants program, probably run every other year, where we basically solicit proposals on topics that have been identified by the council and the stakeholders. And then we would also continue our fellows program, where we engage young people, both people who are doing advanced studies and in early postdoctoral parts of their career, to be involved in, on a yearly basis, awarding some of that kind of resources. And then finally, directed research projects that really respond to things that come up that there's an immediate need to try to get better information to help with the decision-making process. So was my attempt. You've got a 2.5, 3-page sort of summary of that. And again, somebody who, I'm on the way out the door, you can put it in the round circular filing cabinet, or you can use this. But anyway, these are some ideas that I had that might make the science program both more effective in actually working with the Delta Plan as it emerges, and also providing some of the information needs that we need going forward.
Gloria?
I just have a question on your estimated budget. The $20 million, I know it's estimated, but what would make it be any different? I know you referred to an attachment, which I don't see, but can you kind of talk about the budget itself?
Yeah, I'll tell you where the numbers came from. And again, these are numbers that are just ballpark numbers. The research components, those 3 research components that I just mentioned, the competitive grants program, the investment in young people, and the directed action research, I had envisioned that as being about a $10 million a year activity. And then for the 4 units, that's where you would basically then parse out the additional $10 million, basically having $2 to $3 million per unit, again, depending on what they were doing, to basically do and facilitate their work.
It's not far from the level of funding that's been around for a while. I mean, it's gone up, it's gone down, but the science component has continued. And Joe, you'd included that figure in your calculations of...
We did include that figure. It's unfortunately, because of the state budget problems, we've had kind of weird funding since Cliff's been
It's been a roller coaster ride, basically. It's gone up and down rather.
yes, we've had years where we get $20 million, and we do, even this year, what was the grant program, was $8 million?
It was $8 million.
$8 million, so you do that, and you have staff. One of, I think, the key challenges is to have an effective science program. I think you need to have a reliable source of funding. One of the other things I've been rolling around in my mind, actually, Byron Buck at our work session the other day talked about the opportunity for the science program to help break through. And I think we've already broken through a lot, but to even go further in breaking through some of the disputes, if you will, and provide leadership so that we can come to more consensus about what we need to do. I think in order for the science program to do that, it is going to take a consistent funding source and real support, because sometimes they're going to say things that are going to be really controversial that nobody wants to hear. And other times, so that's going to be a challenge, but I think a really important one for the council.
Some time ago, Byron talked to me about it, and I can't remember in what context. It was the same thing. It was the notion that, on some issues, not all issues, but on some issues, you can just get scientists together in a room, and everyone, after a while, will agree on common sources of information, common time frames for evaluation, and so on. And you learn stuff like that from doing it, and it is not as competitive as the normal political process where everybody just states their preferred conclusion and yells loudly, hoping that they win. And I think that's very important. It's a collaborative process, but it takes a lot of time, takes a lot of effort, takes a lot of energy, requires you to identify questions that are susceptible of resolution. But I'd encourage, I like this approach a lot, and thought the memo was very, very helpful. This is, in some sense, kind of the starting point for what's going to become what the ISB has talked about, which is the science plan, which is this plus. And I think we need something like this and an expanded and detailed version at some point in the relatively near future, because these conversations are always going to focus around science. And at some point, people are going to want to say, well, what can we do to beef up the science program, whatever that means? And if you have a systematic approach similar to this, laid out, whatever we can get from the Independent Science Board, I think we're well positioned to help that along, which I'd love to do.
Okay. Other questions on this item?
Nope.
The next item is an update on the fall X2 action. You heard a report on the legal decisions that have gone on. There's quite a bit of information hitting the press, and I have not, quite honestly, kept up with it. I have another job right now, so I really will not go into the legal side of it, but I do wanted to point out that some of the experimentation linked to the fact that the X2 location will be further to the west is starting. Some of the issues that they're attempting to try to address is to what extent are the fish tracking the location of X2? Other questions they're asking is, are the fish queuing to turbidity, or are they queuing to flow velocities, or are they queuing to color, dissolved color in the water, some things like that. And also there's questions about what happens to the food web at this interface. When freshwater interacts with seawater, there's a variety of chemical and biological processes that occur at that interface, which many people suggest make these areas more productive, and trying to understand the dynamics and how they change as the location and the mixing dynamics change with different amounts of flow coming into the system is part of some of the experimental plan that Anke Mueller-Solger was very involved in putting together. And this effort will continue through the fall. And so the report here is something that Anke put together, and she wanted to let you know that the results from many of the experimental studies that are that are ongoing will be reported out come this winter and spring. And it's something that quite a bit of time and resources are being put into. The X2 is a controversial measure, and its efficacy is something that needs more study. As I have continually tried to tell the council, it's not just flow, it's the timing of flow, the frequency of certain flows, it's the duration of these flows, it's the rate of change of some of the flows that are coming into the system that may be some of the key factors that the organisms are responding to. We really don't know. But these kinds of actions do give us an opportunity to learn a little bit more about how the biological community is responding to some of the flow characteristics, and that certainly is one of the aspects of what's going on. There is enough water in the system that that X2 is already, I think, pretty close to the 74-kilometer mark at this point in time, and it'll be shifting to the east with time. One of the issues that I continually bring up is the timing issue. It's very interesting work in South Africa that basically has simply said that what you do in a river system to give it more vitality is you preserve the first high flow of the year. So you go through a dry season, you try to keep the first high flow of the year intact. Well, I think that's good advice, but when does the first high flow of the year normally occur in the Sacramento and the San Joaquin? Well, it's not September, it's not October, it's probably November or December. So there's issues of timing, and there's issues also. We've talked about atmospheric rivers. We get a lot of our really intense rainfall not in a monthly time step, which we seem to work with our water supply. We get it in 72 hours or 48 hours. So, how responsive are these organisms going to be to, for example, pulse flows rather than steady high flows, for example? Those are the kinds of questions that could and should be addressed. But certainly are some of the areas where we have a high degree of uncertainty.
Two things. X2 has always bothered me because it's a term that we've kind of adopted and think that people understand it. Tom Philp, who consults with Met, does a blog or a post or something with the San Francisco Chronicle, as other people do. And I thought his one-page popularized description of X2 and what it means, I thought it was about as understandable as a complicated issue can be. And the other one that was notable, Jay Lund over at Davis and PPIC had done a study of storage. I mean, it was a short article summarizing larger work he'd done. I think we even reference in the Delta Plan. But Jay talked about the interaction potential of storage opportunities for delta flows as well for ecosystem benefits, and just said the operational choices you make may be some of the most valuable things you can do. I just thought those two were interesting around the same point.
I really concur. The visuals were very nice in that one article. It's kind of like the New York Times and their science page really always seems to have just really useful visuals that help really allow you to understand the story, and I agree. This was of that quality. The questions on this item? The third item I was going to is a little science report. Actually, I was debating which of two to present, and I ended up presenting the one that has to do with basically multiple stressors interacting in terms of restoration, and I'll get to that briefly. But I just wanted to briefly mention the one that I didn't include in the report because it was one I thought it would be particularly for Patrick Johnston, that he might be interested in this. And in Nature, 2 or 3 weeks ago, there was a couple papers that addressed this question of the interaction between climate and civil unrest and war. And there has been an interesting study done with about 60 years worth of data. Certainly the water wars of California get a little bit more testy and a little bit more vociferous when we have drought. Well, does a similar kind of thing happen on a global basis? And so what they did is they used the El Nino Southern Oscillation phenomena and the going back and forth between El Nino conditions and non-El Nino conditions. And they found that when El Nino conditions hit large parts of particularly the tropical areas around the world, that's a period of drought. And so the question is, was there more warfare and civil unrest during the periods of El Nino activity versus non-El Nino activity? And basically the conclusion of this paper is the answer was yes, and it was by about a factor of 2. There was greater civil unrest and warfare in these areas when there was these interactions with these climate drivers that were producing drought. Probably fairly obvious, but it was an interesting 60-year study looking at multiple countries. So I thought I would just throw that out as as one. I thought maybe you'd enjoy that.
But you decided not to talk about that.
No, I talked about it. So, but I will talk about the other one that I did include, and this is goes back to the theme of multiple stressors and their interactions and some of the complexity that's therein. I highlighted one paper, but it's actually there's a series of papers that have been coming out, and there's a series of talks that I've attended here in the last few months where people have been asking the question of does the quality or the nutrient concentration of the water used in restoration affect the outcome of restoration? And there's been some studies both in Florida, particularly in the Everglades area, and in coastal Louisiana, where restoration activities were planned and implemented, but the water that was used in the restoration was significantly degraded from the water quality that historically that system may have seen. And in Florida, that's predominantly a phosphorus enrichment of the water, and in the coastal Louisiana area, it's predominantly a nitrogen enrichment of the water. And in both cases, the studies have shown that they didn't get what they had hoped for. And what they ended up getting was either species that were adapted to using higher nutrient concentrations. In many cases, they were non-native species. Or instead of getting rooted aquatic macrophytes, which they had hoped to get, like in coastal Louisiana, to shore up the coastline, they ended up getting algae and floating leaf forms rather than the rooted forms. And so I highlighted one of a paper that just came out that's focused on the coastal Louisiana example. Similar things can be seen in some of the issues about restoration in the Everglades. But again, this is just one of those many interacting factors that are going to affect the outcome of what could be a significant amount of investment in restoration in the Delta. And I think the information here is just another indication that as many of these factors as we can control or improve before we move into large-scale restoration, the better chance we'll have a better outcome at the end.
By the way, assuming we ever get a new Delta lead scientist, would you talk to him or her about the fact that I think the continuation of occasionally bringing up to us real science that's related but not is just driven by the process, I just find it really interesting, very helpful, and far more fun than other things we do. And thank you for starting it.
I have actually talked to your leading candidate about this very issue.
Good. And I think, in fact, it was Mr. Nordhoff who prodded you into being more adventuresome on your reporting on actual scientific activities as well. Mr. Zlotnick wants to talk on budget for the science program. Mr. Zlotnick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, council
Yes, sir.
members. Greg Zlotnick with the state and federal contractors. Just want to indicate that we believe this is an area where the council in particular can provide a lot of value added to the process, and we appreciate the thinking that's gone into this. Suggestion we have, and this also relates to the fact that your last meeting you had a table that sort of laid out the budget, and there was a $20 million line item, not as detailed as what's in here, but it was there. And one of the things that we would suggest is perhaps at this time, until the plan gets developed and you really kind of know, is maybe putting in a to be determined rather than a 20 million figure, since we don't really know. And then also what I think in your role as integrators, synthesizers, coordinators across state agencies is to undertake an inventory of what is already going on dealing with science related to the Delta, or what you think would be related to your potential science plan. The contractors already pay $30 million a year into the interagency ecological program, a lot of which is focused on these issues. The CVPIA Restoration Fund has dollars that are focused on this issue. And it's not to say there shouldn't be more money. I mean, that's not the question. But until we sort of take an assessment of what is being done, having the independent science board and others look at, are we asking the right questions? Are we studying the right things, considering where we've been and what success or lack of success there's been? And maybe we should be looking at some other things. I think that'd be very useful to do. And hopefully we can get out of where we are today, and which unfortunately the two recent decisions by Judge Wanger have indicated, where we're spending a lot of time in court arguing about science rather than authority and policy and things like that, instead of getting the science to be more improved and have better understanding of these issues. And so we would just suggest maybe considering pulling the number out, because if you actually took that number out of your chart at this point, I think you're left with about a $2 million shortfall in revenue rather than a $22 million shortfall in revenue. And people might be a little more understanding, okay, that makes sense until we figure out what we're paying for. It doesn't make sense to put in such a big number necessarily. So we would just suggest that as a potential alternative as you move forward and discuss this.
Well, Cliff, let me just suggest something to you too. I think it would be worth you reaching out to selected numbers of the interested parties from all stakeholder sides that might be interested in this memo that you prepared, and distribute it to them and ask them for a reaction.
Okay.
I think both the organization, the focus, the tone, and the dollars are things we ought to talk about. But we've seen it, but I'd like to start seeing some of their reaction back too.
Yeah, we just got it finished for your viewing, and with this guidance, we will move it on to have others take a look at it. Good. And clearly, what Greg just mentioned sounds like a science plan, and actually the Delta plan calls for us developing a much more detailed science plan, and that's something that we
and maybe this could be the start of an ongoing conversation, which I'd like. Okay. Good. Thank you, Dr. Dom. The chair, Mr. Norgard of the Independent Science Board. Sir, thank you very much for coming early. We appreciate it. Richard, very generous of you with your time.
Pleased to be here.
And you've got two separate reports.
I will. I've got one page and I've got 35 pages.
Want to start with the one page?
Well, we've reversed the order, but I'm indifferent. The one page is the report on the lead scientist candidate recruitment, and we have one viable candidate, excellent candidate, fantastic candidate, right, who's extremely interested and not yet able to say yes, because he also has other obligations that are also extremely important. So it's it's right on the line. We got to this point by having the Independent Science Board members reach out to scientists they knew and spread the word. We also advertised through USA Jobs as posting it as a U.S. Geological Survey position, because USGS has contributed the money in the past. And the USA Jobs process slowed us down quite a bit, way too much, and resulted in 6 candidates, only one of whom was a viable candidate, but by the time we actually picked up the phone, he'd already taken a job. Viable candidates may do that to you. So we are twisting our current candidate's hand. Some of you have met Peter Goodwin. He served on the CalFed Independent Science Board. He studied at Berkeley, did a PhD dissertation on the Delta, worked on the Delta off and on. He's currently at the University of Idaho.
Good. Joe, on this point?
Yeah, I just want to let you know that we're talking with Peter, and the assumption is that the Independent Science Board will make a formal recommendation when all of the issues have been worked out, and that this item would appear on your agenda next month, and hopefully you will have the opportunity to meet with the candidate. The way the law is written, the Independent Science Board makes the recommendation to the council, and the council makes a selection of the lead scientist.
And the Independent Science Board is prepared to make that recommendation.
No, I understand that, and I appreciate it. And I also know when you try to hire smart folks to do work, you've got to negotiate times and conditions and
Unfortunately.
Exactly.
Like some of our lead scientists, they have lingering ties to universities who are understanding for 1 year and 2 years, but not so understanding in year 3 and so on, all that. Anyway, that's a good sign. Let's plan on then having, if we can, if the discussions can be concluded, so that the recommendation of the science board with the concurrence of the candidate could come back to us at the next meeting. That would be very, very good, Joe.
plan.
It's
Very, very
we're
good.
all twisting arms for.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Back to item number, a little bit of, item
whatever
number
we are.
10.
10.
Is it 10? 10.
Yes. So the Independent Science Board was prepared to meet at various times whenever the fifth draft would actually come out, and draft came out on August 2nd. Right. We met on September 1st and 2nd to prepare our evaluation of it, our assessment of it. We've prepared a very lengthy document. I'm not going to go into it. It basically has sort of 3 levels. There's opening pages in which I will elaborate on that are very broad observations, but important. We have then chapter by chapter fairly broad observations. Then we have line by line comments. The broad observations are from the board as a whole. The chapter by chapter pretty broad observations have been reviewed by the board, but they were basically composed by a subset of 2 or 3 members on each chapter. The line-by-line comments, we've screened them, but they are basically individual board members' suggestions. And some board members were just better PhD advisors and giving all those comments than a PhD advisor like myself. So there is a fair amount of variability as to where you get a lot of comments. This was the first time we've had a Chapter 6 on water quality that we've reviewed, and so we were especially prolific there.
What about starting off with the 4 big overarching things?
That's where
I
I'd like
that
to
would
go.
be very helpful.
Yeah, because the opening paragraphs basically say that the Independent Science Board, I think like everybody, is struggling with how the Delta Stewardship Council is an amalgamation of plans, but at the same time the Delta Stewardship Council reviews and looks at plans and says these components can be acted upon, fit within the plan, and just what's in the plan and what's to be reviewed by the plan on the basis of the plan frequently left us a little bit confused. So we wanted to make that point, that there are some ambiguities as to just how much of the ecological restoration plan is sort of moved into it versus how much of it is a plan that's yet to be approved, and that one in particular. The 4 major points we wanted to make were that the plan as it stands now, the key chapters on goals, the water reliability, ecosystem restoration, quality, risk, Delta as place chapters are still written as siloed chapters. They are much improved. There's still work to be done, but their separateness bothers us because ultimately we do have to talk about how co-equal goals are going to be met, and trade-offs need to be discussed. And as they currently read, it reads as if each of them can be met to the highest standards that any stakeholders might want. There's usually not quite that way, but to get a little more precise about, as we try to get this goal reached, here's what other goals are going to be increasingly difficult to reach. And here's sort of some of the dynamics underneath, the functionings of the ecosystems and the water flows. And that we found notably absent, and I know that's going to be difficult, but the board would like to push the drafts hereafter to move in that direction. We were very pleased with the adaptive management chapter.
Can I just ask one question?
Sure.
about
Yes,
trade-offs?
Yeah.
that's great.
Can you give an example of a trade-off?
The water reliability chapter mentions water reliability in the context of the co-equal goals, but just the discussion of, how much water and when there might be times when agricultural needs and ecosystem needs might be in conflict, and where does that conflict actually show up? Isn't there? We've had a good discussion this morning on the levee system, and it's public good aspects, and that doesn't show up. Sort of the relationship between the levees and the water delivery and the fishery habitat, the ecosystem restoration activities. And then Chapter 8 especially was frustrating because there were parts of Chapter 8 that seemed to be quite independent of any other goals. And so that needed a lot of work on. There was a performance recommendation that agricultural acreage just increase or stay still or increase. And it's going to be hard to have ecosystem restoration goals met and have a levee collapse and have agricultural acreage in the delta increase. So, just more realism about how the interaction will likely take place, or just the underlying science behind the interactions needs to be brought out. The reality of those interactions.
Randy.
Richard, do you view the concern about this lack of apparent integration within the plan now as one of structure, the way the plan is divided into chapters, or is it more of the lack of narrative describing in each chapter the interrelationship?
We're certainly not arguing for a restructuring of the chapters at this late date. We're highly recommending that each of the 5 chapters speak to the complementary relationships between the goals and the conflicting relationships between the goals. Yeah. Thanks. Okay. So the Independent Science Board is very pleased with how the adaptive management chapter has moved along and become quite clear. Very pleased to have it as the second chapter. That was one of our recommendations, that the legislature mandates adaptive management. Scientists want, how's the science going to work up front in this plan. And then there's nothing more said about adaptive management for the rest of the report. And, our whole hope of having it as early in the report as possible would that it would affect the rest of the report, that it would set sort of how the science would be displayed, how the management processes would be displayed. And we see almost none of that. I think basically we came to the conclusion that it just wasn't there. So our second strong recommendation, and again, it's how to meld it into each chapter. We don't want a reorganization of the chapters, but how to bring adaptive management into the actual thinking, of each of the chapters. Is how are we actually going to do it? And I think that's important because conditions do change. We need to think about, as conditions change, how do we respond? And again, that helps us understand that ecosystem restoration isn't something that you can guarantee the outcomes of, and similarly, delta levees, it's going to be a while before we're sure of which ones are strong and going to be there for a while, and it's going to be an adaptive process. So to bring that in to each of the chapters, again, is a strong recommendation. The monitoring needs and performance measures. This is a difficult area. The board itself has had difficulty sort of coming up with, here's better ones, just go to this one. We make a few suggestions here and there. We are concerned that it's hard to have performance measures without conceptual models to say, this is what we think will happen if we manage this way, and then we want to have monitoring to see that we actually get that outcome. And so we sort of tie our concern with conceptual models with our fourth recommendation of science needs. But we wanted to put performance measures and monitoring up front just because we think it's important. And we think there needs to be a little more in the science plan that's yet to come, of course, but in the governance, perhaps, how monitoring is going to be coordinated, how decisions are going to be made about when do we start up a new monitoring program, when do we shut down an old monitoring program, because we can't monitor everything. And so a little more on performance measures and monitoring. On science needs, this was, I guess, our fourth strong suggestion. You notice this very shortly worded there. We're hoping that we can begin to get some of the science plan discussed on the chapter-by-chapter level of, here's what we need to better understand how to reduce risk and think about the public good nature of the levee system. Here's what we need next in ecosystem management, ecosystem restoration. Just to set it up there so that we know that this plan is not a plan that says the science all in place or it's all going to come later, but sort of build it into the process of thinking about the plan, that there's always going to be science needs at the end of every chapter, and sort of like the perpetual, or the PhD student that works hard and dreams up more and more things that still are unanswered, and at the end of the dissertation said, and here's the additional stuff. In the process of all this preparation of these 5 chapters, there's got to be some thoughts about, what we really need here is a little bit more of this, and we'd like to see that in each of the chapters.
In light of our earlier discussion with Cliff on the short outline he gave of some ideas he's had, do you have any reflections on that as a starting point and how it fits into the discussion?
I saw a 3-page, or the board saw a 3-pager, 3 weeks ago, liked it, thought it was a good start, good discussion piece. But clearly a science plan is the next step, and after you get the Delta plan out the door, the science program and the independent science plan board are gearing up to begin to review the science that's out there, as Greg was encouraging us to do, and start thinking about a science plan as a whole.
It's clear we're not going to have a fully developed science plan as part of the Delta plan, and it's going to take time to put it together. But we do need a starting point. Cliff's memo seems to me is that starting point, but I'd be very interested in the Science Board's ideas on the structure and kind of the approach. Sonny McPeak's presentation, Greg's suggestion, Jonas Mitten's comments today all kind of hinted around the notion that science has to be integrated, but it has to be focused in as an activity, not simply as a scientific exercise. And if there is a operational program activity anywhere in the experience of the Science Board that in your judgment comes close, and it doesn't even have to be a water or an ecosystem project, but for anything, comes close to trying to tie together the operational needs of governmental programs with the strictures of science. I'd sure like to get your read on that.
Yeah, I'm not as good as Cliff at sort of the top of my head saying, oh, yes, such and such a plan. Right. So if Cliff has one that he can come up with. But we see his 3-page memo as really focusing on the science program itself. And the Independent Science Board has the charge of reviewing Delta Science as a whole. And we're beginning to think about how we're going to do that. And as we gear up to do that, we will be looking at Delta Science as a whole and reconfiguring, or not, from Cliff's memo, what might be the appropriate role for the Delta Science program. But our vision of a science plan would really be, how do we think about all the different agencies and the various ways they get together already, and then the connections out to the universities and federal, state water contractors, research, and the whole package. So I don't know of something that does that yet.
Are there any members of the Independent Science Board particularly interested in this aspect of it? I know they're all interested in a science plan, but I mean interested in how you form it, develop it, shape it, influence it.
I'm interested in that, and Peter Goodwin is interested in this, and we've begun to have some conversations more along the line of how you build science community, and then a program, the science program being sort of the facilitator of a science community. But you need more than the science community. You need actual functioning programs to see that this relationship between levees and water reliability and ecosystem restoration actually gets done as a research program.
Right.
And we have board members who are knowledgeable of how this takes place in the Chesapeake Bay, but to my knowledge, that's as close as we come.
Randy. Oh, Pat?
Your comments on recommendations on Chapter 7 on flood risk. There's a lot of specificity in the questions or issues raised.
That's page 19 of the final version.
Joe, how would comments like those be reviewed or considered? It seems on its face that they might be asking for a lot more than.
It's asking for a lot. We actually have a meeting on Tuesday, and our intent is to plan out how we take these comments as well as all of the comments that we have received and that we will receive by the end of next week, and work with those to integrate them into the next draft, draft 6 of the Delta Plan. We expect that this process, particularly for Chapters 7 and Chapter 8, will be, it'll take a lot of work, but there's no way around doing it. It's something we have to do. So we're going to sit down and walk through, here is the scope of what the comments were, which ones can we accommodate, which ones can't we, which ones are policy issues that we need to bring to the council and have the council decide, and we'll work on all of that, and my expectation is that we'll come back after the completion of the EIR and talk about the directions we get from you, and then have a draft 6 that hopefully incorporates these things, and we won't be perfect.
Yeah, well,
and our intention here was not to say do it exactly this way. This is really an elaborate instructions, sort of get out of the mindset in which you wrote this chapter and try another mindset, and we lay that out in step by step by step as an alternative.
I found it constructive, just pretty.
I think it was constructive. I think the whole report was very helpful, as have been some other comments we received.
Richard, you referred to it as sort of looking at it or tackling it or framing it differently.
Yeah.
It seemed to me it required a lot more research in order to address some of the issues you raised, sort of the science part of it.
I think.
And so, I thought the framing part was interesting and maybe the right thing to do, but I was concerned that, do they raise a lot of questions about information we should have to do a plan that we have time to do, or are we going to be able to defer some of those?
I think we may very well have to defer some things, and it will just be important to say these are things that we know, and these are things that we don't know or are knowable, but we don't have time right now to do, and we will incorporate into the next plan. So I think we're going to have to go through that that list. I'm looking at Eric sitting over there because he was the primary author of this chapter, and got pulled in, to be fair, after the original lead author left to take another job. So it's had more difficulties than some of the other chapters. So, but I think, yes, there are some things we probably can't do, and we just have to acknowledge those.
And I think that's the position of the Science Board, that you start out with the chapter you would like to write, and then you end up with the science needs at the end. You've got to file your dissertation, and it's
right. And
there's a whole lot of questions left over.
You actually weigh in on things that are policy questions, so that you think we should have a risk-based approach.
I think
and you take issue with the economic sustainability plan approach.
Yeah.
But that's a policy issue which we'll wrestle with.
I think we have difficulty staying, I think as Greg Zlotnick has pointed out in his memo, where is it policy and where is it science? We have to sort of look at a range of possible policy positions and speak to the science of all of those, and I think we sometimes speak to some policy-science connection without saying, but you could also do it on another one, and another one, another one. It was my understanding that a risk-based approach was already accepted. It was part of the legislation. And so that's the one we spoke to.
And that is, I think, where we're headed, is a risk-based approach.
But it needs to be a risk-based approach where the public benefits or the public losses are part of that. And we felt the chapter as it was written seemed to be looking at sort of behind the levy values rather than the Delta system as a whole.
I just have a question of Joe. The process you described in terms of reviewing the information from the science program, is that the same process that you will use in regard to the comments from the work sessions?
Yes. So the plan is we sit down, we have a big team meeting. Actually, I think Terry scheduled us for 2 days, where we actually go through all of the comments from the work sessions, from the letters, comment letters and emails that we've received, and the Independent Science Board, and talk about, okay, what are the issues here, who's responsible for addressing them, how are we going to get this done, and we expect it's going to take some time. This is not an easy process, but we have made progress, so I feel good about that. And my goal is to get to the proverbial good enough so that you each feel that it's good enough to accept.
I saw 3 of the usual suspects come forward with their little blue slips knowing that they want to talk on this issue. That makes sense. Pat, why don't you bring those slips forward? Also, I want to get whatever public comments there are on this discussion, and then we're going to go to a lunch break. Now, when we come back, it'll be about 1:15 or something like that, and Chris Stevens is going to be presenting the item from tomorrow, which is the Delta Plan Development. That's number 17, right? Joe?
I'll be presenting a very minor portion of that.
Okay, and Mr. Grindstaff and other people will be presenting the remainder part of that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Since this was posted for tomorrow, are we in any kind of violation in addressing a topic that is not posted for today?
Well, you ask good questions. The answer is no, that it's clearly stated on our agenda that the order is subject to change. So it's up to you. The discretion's up to you. Whether or not you want to do that, that's another thing.
As long as we get to eat lunch before you speak, I'm all in favor of that.
Well, it's funny that you say that. You know, I was thinking...
That's a council rule, isn't it?
Playing off of the chair's cue, I've recast the title of my presentation to the correlation with historical El Niños and the efficacy of state rulemaking processes. So I invite you all to hear that.
Our general counsel will speak long after lunch. Okay, Mr. Zlotnick, Mr. Minton, Mr. Rentz. Mr. Zlotnick, can you stay there for a minute?
I think I better.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, council members. Greg Zlotnick, state and federal contractors. Trying to be brief. First of all, I just want to congratulate the board. We think that and appreciate the conscientious and comprehensive effort that they undertook, as they seem to always do, and we appreciate that. In a difficult position to basically have a plan that's gone through a number of iterations sort of dropped in their lap and said, tell us what you think. And so we appreciate and think that overall it was a very, as Joe said, constructive and helpful document. So we appreciate that. Just one caution from our perspective, and it won't surprise you, and it primarily deals with Chapter 4. But as the plan has moved over time in your iterations, we think it's gotten better, which is great. But as I think the chairman indicated, Chairman Norgaard mentioned about sort of the blurring sometimes of policy and science and things, that we would just caution that on some of the comments in the plan or in the comments from the ISB about sort of expectations or what they would like to see the board, the council do in the plan in terms of being more forceful, I think, or some other things on some issues, that we just caution that there are, as you've dealt with over this process, certain limits on authorities and expectations within the direction of the statute that I think those comments may be inconsistent with. So leave it to you to deal with it. But
members, see the state water contractor's letter to responding to the Independent Science Board of, what was the date?
The 13th, the day of their call.
Which outlines this argument in
some detail.
Full, yeah, full detail.
And we would say it doesn't detract from most of what they had to say. It's just we were concerned that we don't take a step backwards, potentially.
Thank you, Greg. Mr. Minton.
Good morning again. Jonas Minton with the Planning and Conservation League. Let me start by accepting some responsibility for evidently and truly not being able to communicate a previous point several times. One that we do find in this report, and perhaps the way they have phrased it will be more understandable. And we think it's one of the most foundational aspects of the science program as it would be carried out. And I refer you to page 8 of their report. In the second paragraph down, talking about improved water supply reliability, in the last sentence in that second paragraph, a more direct statement would help both in terms of water management development of meaningful performance measures. In your plan, still, there is no definition of water supply reliability. If we look to the implications of that on page 9, the second to last paragraph, I think summarizes it perhaps better than I was inadequately able to do. How will you know when you have achieved your goal? You can't tell. There's nothing in your draft that would give anybody the indication of, okay, did we get more water supply reliability? That is not the same as reduced reliance on the delta. Reduced reliance on the delta can contribute to and should contribute to reduced reliance, but I have no idea what it is. And so when we talk about questions like, well, how are we going to get these scientists to focus on what's really important? I wouldn't know as a scientist what you want me to look at. You haven't told me what the metrics are. That is a policy question. What is reduced reliance on the delta is a policy question. I note that that same deficiency was pointed out by the National Academy of Science in their review of the Bay Delta Conservation Plan. Exactly the same point. So I am hoping that as you proceed into your next draft, that yes, it is hard. I'm going to admit it's really hard. We've provided you some thoughts as to what could be in a definition, but that is your job. So just as we're critiquing others and, well, are they stepping up to the plate as that agency or some other agency, you have two co-equal objectives. Tell us what they are. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rentz.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman,
Morning, sir.
council members, staff. First of all, Doctor, very thoughtful and comprehensive report. Appreciate it. I look forward to reading it again. I just want to make one very brief comment, and I understand why it's probably not brought forward, though it's implied in the report, and that's under, I'm looking at the September 16th version, and that's under the Ford Broad recommendations. The very first thing that's set forward is integration. I can understand why maybe the Science Board did not respond to it because it's more of a policy than a science issue, but we'd like to remind you, because we've brought this forward almost in every single comment letter that has been submitted by either AQUA or the Ag-Urban Coalition. And while the report talks about the integration of issues, and I'm assuming that means scientific issues and factors affecting the co-equal goals, there's a second aspect of integration that we would encourage you all to consider, and that's the integration, and we think there's a critical role that the Delta Stewardship Council can play as an integrator amongst the various agencies that have responsibilities and authorities in the Delta, so we have some sort of comprehensive and coordinated plan as we move forward. We believe that was one of the critical elements identified in the 2009 comprehensive legislation, which established this council. So I just wanted to bring that forward. I understand why it's probably not brought forward in this report, but I think it's where the Delta Stewardship Council plays an invaluable role. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else on this? All right. Doctor, I just want to say that it's notable that all these usual suspects who tell us quite clearly directly when we're right and when we're wrong and exactly what to write are far more polite to you.
And they are,
even though they seem to want you to make some adjustments too. Why do you think? See, you scientists are scary.
I don't think so. I don't think so, Phil. Sonny wanted us to define.
Maybe if we just called you Dr. Phil.
Yeah. Dr. Norgard, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's 12:17. We're going to start, Mr. Stevens, at 1:20. 1:20. And the only remaining business for today is going to be Mr. Stevens' report and Mr. Grindstaff's report on Delta Plan stuff. And for those of you who were not here at the beginning, the Delta Protection Commission presentation scheduled for today was postponed. Mr. Natoli said they're meeting this evening, and they wanted time, so we've moved that to tomorrow morning. I apologize for any confusion.
So
okay,
we
we're in
will
recess.
talk about the work sessions this afternoon. We will talk about the work sessions. So, yeah, okay. Everything under 17.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the Delta Stewardship Council is called back into order. Please note, I think there's at least one person who might have not been here before. The agenda's been juggled around substantially. The Delta Protection Commission Economic Sustainability Report, which was set for this afternoon at 1, has been moved over till tomorrow at 9 at the request of the Delta Protection Commission staff and Commission members. Accordingly, we have completed agenda items 9, the lead scientist report, 10, the independent science board report, and 11, the lead scientist candidate recruitment report. And those items are concluded. We agreed this morning we were going to move to item 17, which is Delta Plan Development. This is a report that Mr. Stevens and Mr. Grindstaff will comment on, and there may be a report on the workshops that were held that will be coming in tomorrow, not today.
I think we're going to be able to do that. Keith did get here, so we'll be able to have him.
You'll be able to do it. All right, well, let's just start and see where we go.
Does the great increase in empty seats have anything to do with Chris's announcement of his topic for this afternoon?
Did you notice that?
We're allowing late arrivals, too, so.
I think they raised the price.
I hear people milling about right now.
Yeah, they raised the price of admission. That's what it is. See, they don't know if they want to pay
Is
that.
that what it
It's
is?
worth more.
Who could possibly doubt that Mr. Stevens' presentation is the highlight of this meeting? I am positive. Mr. Stevens, item number 17.
Because it signals the meeting is almost over, right?
Mr. Stevens.
Thank you very much. I'd like to direct your attention first to a document that we've provided in your supplemental materials that hopefully...
That's got draft in orange on every
draft
page.
in orange.
And, yeah, that's right.
No mistaking for the final.
Right. And first I'd like to, before I even get into the details, I'd like to thank publicly Curtis Keller again, who gave a great presentation on the legal update, who did the lion's share of putting this together. As you know, we're working furiously on various fronts. He did an admirable job in helping to draft these preliminary regulations. And in fact, I had no idea how to do a draft watermark in red, and so he did a fine job. So if you see that document...
You're showing your age, Mr. Stevens.
In many ways, yes. So I'd like to take you back to last month. Last month I gave a brief presentation on the Office of Administrative Law / Administrative Procedures Act rulemaking process. And I think that we touched briefly upon the fact that in order for the regulatory portion of your Delta plan to actually have regulatory effect, to have the force of law, it has to go through a process that's set up in state law. It has to be ultimately approved by an independent state agency called the Office of Administrative Law. And there are a whole bunch of hoops or hurdles to go through, but they're all aimed primarily at good things, good government things, which is keeping the public involved in the rulemaking process, putting them on notice that you're about to regulate them potentially, and also just to consolidate through the Office of Administrative Law and the regulatory register to consolidate all state regulations in one place so everybody knows where to look. So it's a process that I touched upon before at your direction in coordination with our executive officer, Mr. Grindstaff here. What we did here for your benefit was to put together a preliminary draft of what the regulations may actually look like based upon the policies that are in the 5th staff draft of the Delta plan. So I want to reiterate before I go into kind of the substance of this document that, again, this is based on the 5th staff draft of the plan, that these are presented for illustrative purposes only. The process that I think that you have agreed to or directed staff to undertake is one where we won't actually go and start the rulemaking process formally with the Office of Administrative Law until we have the regulations in near final form. And we're not there yet. And so this document, well, hopefully illustrating what a regulatory package or part of a regulatory package will look like. It is not intended to be representative of what the final regulations will look like. You haven't obviously adopted a plan. You haven't directed us to start the rulemaking process. So again, this is just by way of example. A couple things on the format. The rules have to be drafted in conformity with a style that existing current regulations you'll find in the Code of State Regulations. They have to be clear and concise. They have to have a certain structure in terms of where you place it in the code. There are a whole bunch of kind of what you would consider minor technical things that we have to make sure that we're in conformity with, consistency with, irrespective of what the substance is. So the form of this document will look a little different than the policies that you have in your fifth staff draft, but what we've tried to do is capture the essence, the regulatory essence of those policies. Some of the complicating factors, first and foremost, some of the policies that we have in the fifth staff draft are structured in a way where they contain both recommendations and policies and potential consequences. And we got clear direction in our 2 staff meetings that we had with the Office of Administrative Law that the actual regulatory package that you put forth has to be concise as to exactly what has regulatory effect. For instance, the flow criteria policy that we have now has recommendations as to when we think the state board should adopt and begin implementing flow objectives, flow criteria, and then it has some hypothetical examples of what we might do if that doesn't happen. But the primary regulatory piece of that policy is actually very short, and it says that in the meantime, the existing flow objectives are going to be used for purposes of judging consistency with the Delta Plan for projects that implicate flow. That's all the Office of Administrative Law wants to see in the regulation. The other part, the deadlines and what you might do, will go in what's called a statement of reasons. It's kind of a supplemental document that explains the rationale for why you're doing what you're doing. So the policy, the regulations in this document are not going to look exactly like the policies that you see in the fifth staff draft, but what we've tried to do is distill the essence of what the regulatory effect of those policies are. In terms of structure, you'll see we have, oh, sorry, Pat.
On the covered action, that which is regulatory, that needs the
pull that towards you,
that needs the Office of Administrative Laws. Okay. On page 9, right, of your San Francisco Giants colored draft, it says that covered action is the current flow objectives in the 2006 plan, right?
That's right.
So anything else that we write is in effect a recommendation but not a regulatory action.
With regard to that policy,
with regard to that one,
with
yeah.
regard to that one, the way that it's currently drafted in the fifth staff draft, that's correct.
So all the things that we might want to do are narrative.
And you'll notice also that we haven't, along the same lines, we haven't included any of the recommendations, any of the other recommendations in here. But you're right, it's a little more than narrative, though. It'll go in what's called the statement of reasons, which actually is quite important. It lays out the rationale for the purpose and need for the regulation, the rationale, why you chose one alternative approach over another alternative approach. So it really forms the basis of whether or not your regulation is a reasonable one. So it's very important. That stuff will be included, but those portions to which you're referring don't have regulatory effect.
Okay, thanks.
Joe.
Yeah, I want to add, just by way of explanation, that we can't really come up with all of the purpose and need or a final draft of this until we've completed the EIR and you've actually made some decisions. But I personally have never done a state regulation before, and I suspect that most of the people involved in this process, or at least many, have not. And so I thought it would be important to share this with you so you actually see what it is that we'll be promulgating at some point for comments, and that you will be adopting after we adopt the Delta plan. So that was the point of this whole exercise.
Right, and that's so what you see here is it shouldn't be anything new. The structure is a bit different. Again, we've included definitions up front, and that was at the recommendation of the people that we talked to, and I think that it makes it a little easier to follow. We had a separate recommendation for covered actions because I think the structure makes it, again, more reader-friendly. We've heard from many of the stakeholders that in our Delta plan we've only included portions of the definition or portions of the exemptions. We tried to lay it all out here. This, I do want to add, works hand in glove with another piece of the regulatory puzzle that you're all well aware of, called our procedures governing appeals. Now those, in our statute, you'll recall that we had a specific statutory exemption. We didn't have to go through this rulemaking process, but those procedures are directly related to the appeals of covered actions. Those already have the rule of law. They will work in tandem with these rules once these go through, but these are primarily directed at the policies that you ultimately adopt, the ones that covered actions have to be consistent with. So the idea was to set out a general definition section, define what a covered action was, and then go into the policies in as concise a manner as we could. But again, to keep in mind, this will be supplemented by some very important documents. Again, the statement of reasons is extremely important. You have to go through, for each one of your regulations, talk about the rationale, talk about the alternatives that you considered, why you chose one method over another. Another very important document is the fiscal and economic analysis that deals with the fiscal impact of your regulations on small businesses and individuals. There's a portion that you have to address, and this is all in conjunction with the Department of Finance. State mandated local costs, to the extent that you have any, you have to identify them. You either have to identify a funding source or an exemption from that whole state mandated process of seeking reimbursement. So there's a whole bunch of stuff that's going to surround this package, but this is the guts of how you'll ultimately see the regulations laid out.
Yes, Don.
Yeah, Chris, who will be doing the socioeconomic review or study or whatever you term it?
Right. We currently have under contract CH2M Hill, as you know, helping with the Delta plan. Right. They have some economists that we've, in fact, you approved a task order, I guess, several months back to allow them to help us develop that. We've got one gentleman in particular that is very knowledgeable. He just got done completing, I believe, DWR's ag water measurement package, their emergency package, and their normal regulatory package. So he's on that right now, but there's a lot of work involved. And again, keeping in mind, this is separate from the CEQA process. So this, once you give us direction to start this rulemaking process, this will start a 45-day substantive comment period through the Administrative Procedures Act, but it's separate from the CEQA process, interrelated, because it should all inform your ultimate decision.
Well, and I think that your comment a moment ago kind of certainly struck a chord because it's an ongoing sensitivity, as certainly Patrick and Phil know from the days in the legislature, but the whole thing of mandated costs and without reimbursement, or as you've stated now, obviously it's a requirement for reimbursement or exemption, and for counties or cities or other districts who may have to comply and or take certain actions that have costs associated with them. I mean, identifying that. I mean, it may be a small piece of this, but it can loom large depending upon the nature of the particular policy document. In this case, it may or may not. But that's the analysis you're going to do, and that'll be part of the comment period as well. People can comment on that.
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought that up, because we have heard from stakeholders that you haven't considered fully what the costs are, and in addition to the finance plan and the chapter, and which is something a little bit different. This is in current law, and we will do what the Administrative Procedures Act tells us to do. That's one important component.
Just one follow-on question, Kristen. As a part of the review period for the administrative regs, then is that also that analysis? Is it subject to inquiry or questions being posed that might lead to further information being submitted, or is it just submitted as a package and people comment, and then the body that looks at the regulations, they take it into account?
I think that it's more of the latter as to whether or not you actually did the impact analysis correctly, but the supplemental documents all in tandem form the basis for the rationale behind what you're doing. So, and which alternative you chose to actually put forth as your rule. So it really does all play together. The comment period is hopefully going to be focused on the substance of the rule, whether or not there's a reasonable basis for the rule. But it all does tie together. Whether or not you did your fiscal analysis in the correct manner. Again, I think that there's a Department of Finance piece of this, and they actually have a form that you have to work with them on, and I think they actually have to sign off on it. But
okay. Well, I know you got some preliminary, feedback on this, over the course of the last year or better on as related to covered actions and some of the costs that would be borne, and one, simplification of the process and exemptions under that process potentially, but also then what costs might have to be borne at the local level that I guess might be a way to recover that as part of some, instituting a policy at the city or county or whatever level that you'd have to then take that into account in some appeal procedure. But those are types of things I guess would be at least touched upon in this analysis that's going to be done. Okay, thanks.
So looking at the draft, back to page 9 and the flow standards, comparing it to our fifth draft, page 138, the flow standards we say is a policy, but the policy is that the water board should do something by specific dates. And if they don't do something, we might do something. Right?
That's what's in our plan.
That's in our plan. When you boiled that down to, okay, so what do you have to do, right? What's the, what's legally required? You boiled it down to the flow standards in effect now you have to comply with, and if they change them, you got to comply with those.
That's correct.
So, Joe, will the summary or the text change to make that clear? Because the emphasis is quite different in the report from what the regulatory effect is.
Yeah, well, I was just going to, before Joe answers, you're absolutely right, and that's why I pointed this one out in particular, because it's hard to parse and get down to the core of the regulatory part. Again, what's called a statement of reasons. It's a document that's going to be accompanying this as part of the rulemaking package. We'll lay out the narrative in narrative form, the background for why you're doing this standard, and that's the place where we can set the context and we can talk about deadlines.
Right, but like, for instance, a lot of legislation has intent language, and it says all manner of things.
Right.
And then there's the effect of the bill, which might,
Right.
The intent language might call for world peace, and, the statute says that you can't feed squirrels on Tuesday,
I remember that. I probably drafted that bill.
So the question you asked was, will we make that clearer in the Delta plan? And this policy in particular is one that I think we have gone back and forth. If you'll recall, at one point we had them together, then we got instructions to split it. So we had the policy piece that was the regulatory thing that said the council will determine consistency based on current regulations, and the council recommends the state board adopt these, review their standards and adopt new standards by June of 2000 and whatever it is. And then we got instruction to combine them back together into one inartfully worded policy. I will take some credit for the inartfulness of that policy, but I think it is incumbent on us in the next draft plan to try and find a way to make it clear that, in fact, the only thing that is the effect of the rule is to say the council will evaluate consistency with the plan based on the standards in the law. And and in some ways, making that clarification might make some people feel more comfortable that, okay.
And others less comfortable.
And others less comfortable. And if you'll recall, we had some division on the council about how we should do this, and some that wanted to go further and some that wanted to do less. And so this particular policy is one of the key ones that I think you will have to struggle with, but certainly our job will be to try and clarify it so that we say this is what the policy says, so that somebody that reads the plan will understand clearly without having to go to the regulations.
Don. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. While we're on page 9, I wanted to, and I know we've had some discussion, although this highlights, at least for discussion, in my view, and that is on the last section, other actions affecting habitat on page 9, where it's a covered action. And if I read that correctly, and this will be, again, this is all for illustrative purposes, but assuming that was a regulation where basically, again, we're referring to that figure 5.2, and that was that ERP plan that was submitted to us. But this says that, and again, it reflects to local entities, and it has some exemptions there for cities in large part, and a couple of community areas in different counties. But when I read that, it says, including new or amended local or regional land use plans shall avoid or mitigate within the Delta the adverse impacts to the opportunity for habitat restoration. So now you're having to mitigate for something that's, it's an orange area or a green area on a map that says there's an opportunity, but now you've got to mitigate for something that says you could have the opportunity because it has the right elevation, has access to corridors for species, is suitable for aquatic habitat creation, whatever it might be. Hasn't occurred. It's kind of this might be, and you got to mitigate for the might be as a covered action. Was that embedded in the law, or?
That's actually in our plan, so I'm not going to get into the substance of that. I think that it's been raised as an issue. Maybe Joe.
Is this where you're giving us the legal caution that because the Delta plan is out for public comment, we're not supposed to argue about it?
No.
Okay.
No, the intent of this was just to kind of parrot what's in the plan, but it is the opportunity for habitat restoration.
And I guess and we've had some discussion, and we've gone through the plan a couple different times, but opportunity is, again, and it may be accurate, but it's a portrayal on a map with a guiding document behind it talking about species and habitats and, how they might be created and so forth. And I recognize that part of this is so that you don't, build over or put a parking lot in an area that might be better suited for birds or fish. But how do you assess this opportunity? And it all falls back to this map and to this exhibit and with the study accordingly. I mean, a lot of time, and I guess what I take is that it has to be that what we'll have to do at the local level is that counties and cities will have to, although cities are exempted, I guess, both their spheres of influence as the cities, so largely a fall to counties and I guess any special districts that might have land holdings have to amend in their plans. They're going to have to put these opportunity areas as part of their general plan and then hold off anything. And if something is decided to be done that, again, conflicts with this, they're going to have to mitigate for that opportunity, even though it might be an agricultural use now, or it might be, whatever it might be. It's probably not a developed property, but that's just a little odd. I'll just say that when you just, basically you're having to mitigate for this potential over here that doesn't really exist. If you're taking the habitat out, I understand that. This is kind of, the amorphous. Maybe the basis for some appeal to if this comes through in its final form to this council at some point. Because I mean that's a tough one to kind of get your arms around.
Yeah, the way I understand the intent of it, and again, this is a policy issue for the council. The intent is, I think, to say not all projects have to do this, but covered actions. Mm-hmm. So the best example I can think of is if somebody comes in, we'll use the county of Sacramento, and wants to do a major new development and put in a couple thousand houses and do that in an area of the county rather than one of the existing urban areas or one of the legacy communities, because all of those are exempted, and wants to develop all of that. It says if you're going to do that, and clearly something of that scale is probably a covered action, then you have to mitigate the opportunity lost for if it's floodplain area or whatever the potential opportunity is. In some cases, it may be larger than others. I think the intent is that large-scale projects like that
would be discouraged.
Would be discouraged, yeah.
But it would be another level of mitigation because
or would say, if you're going to do that, you need to mitigate because the delta is a very limited area, and we're trying to protect critical restoration opportunities for the future.
You would have, again, just using your example, you would have mitigation requirements anyway, because you'd probably be taking farmland out of production. You might be taking other.
Exactly right.
So you'd have
my
that.
assumption is they would just build that into their project when they do the EIR.
You said the legacy towns, but they're not called out for here. So is that going to be something that's going to be added? You see,
I guess I thought we did exempt the legacy towns. Maybe we don't.
No, Clarksburg you do, which is in Yolo County, but using the Sacramento County example, and there are some in a couple other counties as well. They're in the legislation, so if we're going to do that, they all have footprints that I'm aware of, at least in the jurisdiction that I come from. So maybe, again, this may be one to highlight if we're looking back at the plan.
That may be something that we want to talk about.
Okay. Thanks.
Mr. Stevens?
I think I'll close on that. Again, these are for just by way of example to show you what.
This is first crack.
First crack. They will be judged based on a clarity standard, whether or not they have a reasonable basis, whether or not we've jumped through all the hoops in terms of doing our fiscal and economic impact analysis that we have to do, whether or not we've responded to all the comments that we receive after the 45-day comment period commences. Again, we ship over the entire regulatory package after it's adopted by this body over to the Office of Administrative Law. They have 30 days to approve it, and then they send it to the Secretary of State for filing. There's usually another 30 days tacked on. That can be waived for showing of good cause, which we may have here given our statutory deadlines. But in any event, this is the first shot at it. So with that, I will turn it back to you.
Okay. All right, any other questions, members? All right, this is the first part of the information on the Delta Plan development. Joe, let's go on to the second. And I think Keith was going to report, or others.
Yes.
We'll get public testimony at the end of the whole discussion on the Delta Plan stuff, Greg. Let's get your report on the workshops and.
Yes, and we were going to have Mike Hardy, but because of the change in schedule, we're asking Keith to step in and cover things.
Mr. Coolidge.
Good afternoon, members. I am Mike Hardy's understudy for the day. We had a series of 4, what we were calling work sessions. They were largely at the instigation of Councilmember Gray and some others who felt that we really needed to broaden our ability to speak with stakeholders and have constructive dialogue and discussion. And so we structured these around the kinds of issues that have been emerging in the discussions on various chapters of the Delta Plan, and we used some focused questions to start a dialogue, but the real intent was to put people around the table and have a discussion with them, among them, on the kinds of issues that will help both chapter authors and council members shape the resulting Delta Plan. So we talked about, the first one was Delta Plan success, which is a recurring theme that we had heard. What is the vision of success? How will we know if the plan is successful? And then following on that, we added to that session a discussion of performance measures, not just what was in the 5th draft of the plan, but given that vision of success, given the kinds of things that are in the 5th draft, what are meaningful performance measures now and in the future? We spent the afternoon, this was a week ago Thursday, then talking about covered actions and governance. We came back on Monday and talked about the economic sustainability plan, economic sustainability for the Delta, what does that mean, and how do you address Delta as an evolving place. This really goes to Chapter 8 in the plan, which is one of our weakest ones so far, but also the one that is most dependent on the economic sustainability plan and plans of others to help shape the Delta. And then lastly, on Tuesday, we came back and spent time talking about the finance plan and how to shape that forward. Some of the things that we learned, we had between 40 to 60, maybe 65 folks at any one of these sessions. They were fairly well attended for the kinds of things we were doing. Folks seemed very supportive of both the format and the willingness of council members to come and engage in the dialogue. They really appreciated that. What we're going to do with these, Mike and I both facilitated and took notes. I took voluminous notes. We have those all compiled now. We will post those on the web. We will talk about each of the issues with chapter authors as we move forward into the 6th draft. They will go into the mix with all of the other comments that are part of the comment period on the 5th draft and the EIR and help shape this going forward. A couple of things that we learned, and I'll just give you some of the high-level highlights here. In terms of the vision of success, let me talk about covered actions and governance. This was our Thursday afternoon session. There's a very small flip side of me that wants to say our discussion on covered actions was mostly how can I exempt myself from your plan.
But naturally, you're going to defer doing that kind of observation, right?
But the larger and more rational side of me says that a lot of what we heard was this is a section that has been well crafted by lawyers and by the Delta Reform Act, and we're not sure we totally understand it. We, the stakeholders, we, the folks who have to deal with this. In some cases, I think folks came away understanding it better based on the discussion, but we also agreed we're going to have another session. This is where some plain English translation will be very helpful. On the flip side, in one of the other meetings, we learned that our plain English definition of water supply reliability would benefit more from an engineering perspective to harden that and make that more understandable. So in some cases we need to be plainer, in some cases we need to be harder and more defined. One of the things we really did learn in the discussions on covered actions are that early consultations are going to be very critical moving forward, so that folks really understand early on in projects what's likely to occur before either developers or agencies move too far down and invest too much money to find out they're not headed in the direction that they thought they were. This is going to be, I think, quite a bit of work for the Delta Plan staff moving forward. But it was a good discussion. We will have a follow-up session on that. A lot of what we heard, the council should make the process of self-certification as simple as possible. We have been passing out some forms. Folks are still trying to figure out how much information at what point do they have to have it. I think a lot of the councils would like simply to be able to pass a resolution of compliance and be done with it. But they're obviously going to have findings that are attached to that, and the level and degree still needs to be worked out, and will probably be the part of the focus of the following session. It's important for local governments to be able to provide as much clarity as possible to potential landowners. That again pointed to really early consultation on the ability to work. A lot of concern over folks who are in the middle of HCPs in the Delta, the local HCPs. How do they fit in? Can we get safe harbor agreements with? Can they get safe harbor agreements with Fish and Game? Can the council help facilitate that? Maybe with the Conservancy. That will be very important going forward, and probably need a staff work session as well for the HCPs to really understand how they work and fit together. So that at a very high level is a condensed version of what we talked about on covered actions. But then
let's stick with covered actions, Don.
Yeah, Keith, thanks for the overview. I know we gotten copies earlier this week. I guess up on the website you have a draft certification for or either certification or self-certification form. And one of the things as I read through that, and I think it may go to clarity, is that I think it would be very useful, whatever document you come up with as far as the verbiage and checklist and so forth. But I think have a map, because it says on your draft, it just it says will occur in whole or part within the boundaries of the Delta or Sassoon Marsh. I think the definition of the Delta, the legal Delta, if that's what we're utilizing, you're not talking, comparison between primary, secondary zone, or some other. There ought to be a map that's very clear and to a scale that, and I'm assuming you can do this with the data sets that we have or can acquire, where somebody could take a particular parcel. If it's, say it's on the cusp somewhere, they can actually, zoom in on that and see where that's at. So again, if they're doing their early research, not to do it all for them, but I think having a map that when we, that you refer to, we have a lot of exhibits, but that's clear because you may have somebody who's not familiar, in good part anyway, with the Delta. But secondly, then from the standpoint of not only a property owner or a proponent or an applicant, but certainly from a local agency or a state agency that can go to, and this is the map that the Delta Council works off of, for the purposes of not only the definition that's in law, but also it has a good visual. And I think again, you can get that of the of the Delta region, and I guess I would just offer that as a suggestion. That I think that'd be very user friendly, and with people, kind of an initial entree. Okay, here's what they're talking about. Here's where I'm at. I assume a lot would know, but some won't. And I think again, for those who might be potential appellants on some of these things, they're going to need to know some of that information as well. So I just offered a suggestion. I know as I was reading through some of the stuff on covered actions. That's
a good point.
Okay, anything else on covered actions? Okay, next.
So we spent the rest of that session talking about governance and what that really means to the council. And the Delta Reform Act requires that we establish a council of agencies, a committee of agencies that are implementing the Delta Plan, and use that to help coordinate implementation actions. What does that mean? How do you make that work? How do you make sure that it doesn't become one of the other collaborative councils of agencies, whether it was the predecessor to California, it was Bay Delta Authority or the Bay Delta Oversight Committee or even Club Fed, all of those various forms that have been tried. What will ensure success for this? How do you make this work? And in general, it boiled down to a lot of comments about the need for leadership, the commitment on both the leaders of both the state and the federal agencies at the highest levels, as you heard briefly this morning and heard at the session. It's a strong commitment to make things work that will resonate with the agencies. Of course, it's the council's job under the Delta Reform Act to both provide the forum and to help ensure its success. Other options for agencies responsible for Delta projects to meet monthly, hold quarterly public meetings. They talked about a role for the council to shine the spotlight as a way of forcing agencies to effectively fulfill their mandates. Talked also about, are there ways where we can work with the agencies for efficiencies and collaboration and both avoid duplication of effort, duplication of regulation, make projects easier to move forward on and more efficient and effective when they come out the other side. We also asked about the role of a stakeholder advisory group. With some trepidation, always dangerous to ask, do you want to continue to participate? Of course. But how, and in a constructive manner, mindful of the Little Hoover admonition in 2006 that a stakeholder-driven process likely drives nowhere. They tend to stalemate each other. But look to the folks who actually are on the ground implementing, on the ground living with the results to provide you advice. A lot of good advice came back, particularly not necessarily to have a standing committee, but when issues arise, put the people who have expertise in that together, focus them, get a report back, and then move on to other topics. So that was some of what we learned under governance.
I do want to add that there is one consistent recommendation from Delta counties that came up, I think 2 or 3 times during the meetings that we come up with, and we'll have to get the exact language, but we got an email with the exact language saying that we'd have one of our performance measures should be having a joint successful governance structure with, right here.
Yes, and I didn't mean to overlook that.
By June the 30th, 2012, the Delta Stewardship Council shall create a structure and a process for decision-making partnership with the Delta counties, cities, and special districts regarding actions recommended in this chapter.
I'm sorry, just focused on recommendations?
Well, I think it was intended to be broader, at least as it was discussed. It was something that Pete brought up and suggested that we do that. And so it was actually one of the direct results of the meetings. We got this email in later that day or the next day saying, this is my recommendation for something.
What's a decision-making partnership?
Well, I'm sure Pete will come
Pete will
and talk
explain
at
a
the end of
decision-making
this.
partnership. Okay.
I just didn't want to forget Pete when we talked about that, Keith.
Sort of.
All right, if I may, I'll move on then to the vision of success and performance measures. We focused them around what specific comments do you have about how we describe a successful Delta plan in the preface of the fifth staff draft. And some of the things that came back were, this is a 100-year plan, but focusing on 2100 is a really long-term perspective, and we will benefit greatly from having shorter goals, more immediate, and in particular some early wins that you can build on. So they suggested we add those in there. The ecosystem vision for 100 years is very modest, is what we heard. It should have species-specific elements, such as for salmon populations, but in comparison to the goals for water supply, they thought ecosystem felt really relatively modest for 100 years worth of work.
So this is the theory that we should establish enforceable goals for everyone, for everything, in spite of what science tells us about probability, certainty, and everything else, right?
It wasn't quite what we heard, but
okay.
Yeah, it's a and definitely part of the success is included decision-making partnership structure and a process for Delta counties and the council to work together, and that builds to that bigger. And even some specific things, like there's a water rights sidebar that we have right now in the preface that several folks said that seems out of place for being in part of the vision statement. Maybe that belongs elsewhere in the plan, so we'll have to talk about where we go with that. On performance measures, we asked 4 questions for each of the chapters, saying looking at each chapter, are they the right performance measures? Which measures should be treated as priorities and why? What gaps, if any, exist in the performance measures that we had listed, and what specific suggestions do you have for improving them? And in almost every chapter, what we found was we say progress toward. It's used extensively, but it should be much more. It's not a significantly meaningful term. Time-bound metrics are preferable. By this date, we will have achieved this. By this date, we will have achieved this. But progress toward doesn't give you a real feel for are you making progress or not.
Was that expression of opinion universal among the stakeholders
Almost
who were present?
Yes.
So did all of them wish to empower everyone else with actionable legal deadlines that, if not met, could be debated in court? Or would...
They weren't asked that question.
Okay.
Chapter 2, Science and Adaptive Management, needs performance measures that include stressors. We heard that throughout, more emphasis on other stressors. The Delta Plan should report its own impact, different from progress toward, but how are we making a difference overall in the implementation of the plan? Under reliable water supply, suggestions that land use agencies should make sure that they have water elements in their general plans. I think most of them do. This was just a suggestion to have it in. We might want to talk about how specific those need to be now, or at least in a later. Well-established regions are looking towards self-sufficiency by 2025. Make sure that performance measures acknowledge intermediate steps as well as long-term. Important to clarify who will measure and analyze progress, who's doing it, are they adequately staffed, are they adequately funded, do we agree on the right methodologies. Some concerns over the State Water Resources Control Board dates for Delta flow standards. Are they really going to be able to meet it? What measurements of progress should we use there? On Chapter 7, expected annual damage methodology needs to be better explained at a minimum. That's one, again, where we need both specific language and the ability to explain it to friends, neighbors, and Aunt Martha. Any questions?
Okay.
Economic sustainability plan and Delta as an evolving place. We asked what specific steps can the council take in the next 5 years to support agriculture, recreation, tourism, natural resources, risk reduction, and then what additional measures can the council include in the Delta plan that are consistent with the co-equal goals that will address legislative direction regarding Delta as an evolving place. This really was trying to get at. So what do we mean by an evolving place? And as things change, what do you need to do to accommodate change, and what if it's change that people aren't expecting? Assist the Conservancy, one of the big things for agriculture, assist the Conservancy in establishing safe harbor agreements, work on good neighbor policies, the kinds of things that are going to be essential both in implementation of the Bay Delta Conservation Plan and some of the work that's existing or ongoing now in habitat restoration. There was a lot of talk about state agencies hold lands in the Delta, have purchased land for restoration, but while we had the funds from bond measures or federal funds to acquire the land, we haven't been able to maintain or even move forward in some cases on projects. So before acquiring new land, make sure that you're actually able to implement projects on the land that you have before moving forward. A lot of discussion, recreation and tourism on the plan that was put forward last month at the council by Parks and Recreation. Under natural resources, a lot of natural resources issues in the Delta have been characterized by agency or combat science that is the result of operating within agency silos. A lot of agreement around the table that the council's science program has played a positive role to this point. That not only needs to continue but be expanded, that may help break some of the silos between state and federal science agencies and the work that others are doing, including the state and federal water contractors. And then the plan should support, talking about risk reduction, compilation, and use of island-by-island data and decision-making, not just rely on high-level views, but actually look at the specifics. It's something that I think Joe has been pushing for several years, the island-by-island approach as we look at risk reduction and what needs to be done. And then lastly,
Yep. I was looking for questions at this point. No. And lastly?
Was the discussion on the finance plan. Everyone felt that it was both really early in the game and late in the game to be talking about finance. It's essential.
Did the same people feel it was early and late, or was it different people?
In some cases, the same people were of two minds, but in general, it's important to make sure that you know where you want to go and then figure out how you're going to get there and how you're going to pay for it. There was general agreement that while we're not making specific recommendations in the fifth draft, and thus nothing had to be off the table, certain things were more desirable than others. Bond money was great. Public goods charges were more problematic.
Particularly if you were subject to them, right?
And common agreement around the table that whether you are talking water rate payers, taxpayers, beneficiaries, stressors, we are often the same people, both beneficiaries and stressors, both taxpayers and ratepayers, and so while we're making distinctions and trying to parse who pays what, it's generally all coming out of the same back pocket wallet or pocketbook.
Okay. Good. Questions? Mr. Coolidge, thank you very much. Glad you resolved those issues. Ms. Gray.
Thank you, Keith, for that very in-depth report. I would, and I assume that Mike Hardy is going to put that in writing, because I really would like to see it in writing. I think all council members need to see that. I thought the sessions were very well received. The feedback that I got from folks that I talked to, that it was, all of them were very positive. There was nothing negative that was said about any of the session. So I think that's a plus, not only to staff for doing that. So thanks, Joe and Keith and all the other staff members. But not only did I get feedback from those sessions, but also other stakeholders who have met with your staff. They are very appreciative of the opportunity to meet with staff. They found them very, very helpful. Very helpful, and I think that that line of communication should continue even after the plan is adopted, and I think the implementation stage will be just as important as the development stage. So I do recommend that that avenue is open for other work sessions to talk about whatever issues that may not be clear or so forth. But I did want to thank the chair also for agreeing, and all the staff members, for council members, for agreeing to have those sessions. I think they were productive, they were well organized. I think the questions that Mike Hardy had and the way he facilitated it really yielded very productive outcomes. But again, the point I want to make is that I think we should have make sure the public understands that the line of communication is open, that there will always be an opportunity to talk about things. Covered action session, obviously there were a lot of questions for whatever reason. I mean, I think it still needs a lot of clarification and understanding, and I'm glad that we will have a second session, and I agree with after the EIR is out. But I think all of us know that's a real hot button for everybody. And so the more that we meet and talk about it, and it's, obviously the council will have to make the final decisions, but at least folks out there in the public will know that they have an opportunity to give their perspective, but ultimately the council makes the decision. I want to thank Randy for his leadership in the finance portion component. He certainly set the tone with talking about his vision for finance, and it did generate a lot of information. And Felicia's not here today, but certainly her leadership on governance, because that's a very important issue for the whole council, but she really took the lead on that. And so I think the fact that folks out there know that the entire council is engaged in listening and trying to make sure that folks understand that our mission is to meet our co-equal goals and do what's best for the entire state. So those are some of my comments. I just want to make sure that I pretty much covered. But anyway, just want to make sure the lines of communication continues to be open, and people are feeling very good about the communication between the council and stakeholders. And I want to thank all the stakeholders who were there, all the folks who were there. I appreciate your input, your perspective, and as we move along, certainly interested in receiving the written summary. And if Joe could just kind of go through that process again, what happens after the comments are sent in by September 30th, because Randy made a point of saying, it's nice to hear perspectives verbally, but if you have language that you could submit, fine to do that. And so what happens? Randy did say that. Did you not say that? Yeah, which is very good. And so what happens after September 30th?
We will actually sit down in a room, a group of us, it's usually 8 or 10 people, and go through all of the comments, whether it be from the Independent Science Board, from everybody, and kind of say, okay, first of all, is there a policy issue here that we need to deal with, that we need to take to the council? If not, and it's a language issue, do we agree with this? And if so, who is it that's responsible for making the decision and incorporating it into the next draft? And so we'll have one of those meetings starting next week, and then we'll have another one probably the week after that or the week after that. So we have to actually plan out how we can get to the next draft, the sixth draft plan. So as soon as you can get written comments in, and if they're specific, that's really helpful. I know we've gotten a lot of comments that are really kind of general. The more specific, the better.
Just
Okay.
one other comment.
Yep. Oh, yes, go ahead.
I think there was one issue that kind of kept coming up throughout, especially when we talked about governance and so forth, is how we see our role, the council's role, whether or not we're coordinating all the different entities out there to do whatever needs to be done. Are we filling the gap? Are we looking at those things that are being done, evaluating them, and are we going to fill the gap? But my point is that I think as we continue to move along with the plan, that I think our role in terms of how we see the vision for this plan to work should come out more, and I think that's something we should talk about more around the table, the council's role and vision.
Okay. Thanks to you and Randy and Felicia who attended those meetings.
Yeah.
And Patrick and Don did too. Yeah. Yep. Good.
And we
Thank.
missed you, Mr. Chair.
Trust me, you didn't. Okay. Thank you, Keith. Mr. Zlotnick, Mr. Koutros, Mr. Rentz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Greg Zlotnick with the State and Federal Contractors. And I too, would like to add our thanks to the 5 council members that did participate over the course of the 3 days, I guess it was, and to thank you, Mr. Chairman, also, and Joe for putting it together and having it happen. I think it was very constructive. I think the conversations were informative as well as again, constructive to the process, and that sort of feeds into that recommendation about not having necessarily a standing stakeholder group, but to have these sorts of meetings in the future if necessary, and can be useful. I had one comment on the work groups, and I want to go back to the OAL stuff. On the work groups, just I think I heard Keith indicate that there was general agreement about numeric performance measures, in essence.
He said that lots of people agreed we should have them.
And then I think there was a comment, was that generally accepted? And I think it was said yes. And I would just indicate we have some concern. It actually came up in the ISB's report, I believe, as well. They talked about that. And our view is that while numeric standards for whatever you want to measure are important to measure progress against, the concern is that sometimes they take on a life of their own as sort of the be-all, end-all goal. And if somehow you're not hitting that number, that you're failing. And we just would caution that the point is, are you making progress towards a goal, and in this instance, achieving the co-equal goals. So that just one comment on that. On the OAL questions, as you've found and as Chris has tried to explain, it's a very interesting, rather opaque process. Trying to find out how the OAL does its job, how it takes in what's submitted to it and how it analyzes it. It's with a little bit of effort, and I may be wrong, but it's basically not very public at the end of the day. They have a website. You can send in a query, and they give you these rather oblique answers to your questions and say, well, you can go search for it and good luck. And they don't provide you with any information on how they make their decisions. When they approve something, they only have issued rejections are available or something. It's kind of crazy. So anyway, on this, kind of wondering about this draft that you have in terms of what you're looking for in terms of feedback now, if much. And it's sort of a workload question, because if it's really a straw proposal, if you will, based on the current draft, but the draft's going to change, ultimately it's going to be based on whatever the council adopts, which we're not going to know for a while and may or may not change much. I'm just sort of wondering how much input are you looking for now on specific language or, what have you?
I'd blow it off. No.
Hey,
just
we
kidding,
can wait.
No, and thanks for the question. Again, this is an example of the form that we have. And this is an example of the form that we have. And this is an example of the form that we have. And this is an example of the form that we have. And this is an example of the form that we have. And this is an example of the form that we have. And this is an example of the form that we have. And this is an example of the form that we have. And this is an example of the form that we have. And this is an example of the form that we have. And this is an example of the form that we have. And this is an example of the form that we have. And this is an example of the form that we have. And this is an example of the form that we have. And this is an example of the form that we have. And this is an example of the form that we have. And this is an example of the form that we have. And this is an example of the form that we have. And this is an example of the form that we have. And this is an example of the form that we have. And this is an example of the form that we have. And this is an example of the form that we have. And this is an example of the form that we have. And this is an example of the form that we have. And this is an example of the form that we that the ultimate package is going to look like. In fact, I wouldn't spend a lot of time parsing through the authorities and the references. We put this together, kind of under the gun to show the council members what to expect. It will change, and like you pointed out again, it's going to be reflective of what's ultimately adopted, and we're not there yet. So this is, take it for what it is.
Okay, so that's what I thought. I mean, I just sort of wanted to be clear. And related to that, though, is sort of a general timeline question. As we just heard, there's going to be another covered action workshop after comments are received on the EIR. That obviously deals a lot with covered actions in terms of the regulations. And right now we're looking at, if the EIR is out October 1, you're looking at mid-November for receiving comments, which, as you've indicated, no doubt will be voluminous. And then to have the next iteration of a Delta plan based on those comments, potentially, and other things, you're looking at I doubt you're going to have it done in a week for your November meeting. So you're looking at your December meeting, unless you add a lot more meetings, and then related to this process. And where are we now in terms of the potential adoption of the plan, which you need to wait for, it seems to me, to be able to submit your OAL stuff until you actually have the adopted plan? Can we get a little bit of understanding of timeline, I guess? That'd be very useful.
Daily meetings from now until, is that what you, Mr. Grindstaff?
Yeah, it sure feels that way. We were hoping to release the EIR this next week, and we've had hopes before of releasing it in past weeks, and it appears now that it will probably be delayed by another week. So you have identified exactly the challenge for us as how do we get where we need to be, and I don't have an updated schedule, but you can add it together for yourself. And it's difficult to get where we need to be. We do need to see what the volume of comments are. I think that will tell us a lot on the EIR, and the kind of comments. If we get, we could get 1,000 letters, but if of those 998 are all basically Aqua inspired general comments, no offense to Aqua, but don't have, or not, whatever it is. Right. And so they're all the same, so our response to comments is all the same for all 996 or whatever the number is. That's different than if we get 200.
So you're urging people to send in form letters because of the ease of response?
But it does make it easier for us. But so we'll know more as we get into that process. But it is difficult. As I think I've said publicly before, nobody has done something quite like this in the past. The council has an odd set of authorities and powers and responsibilities, and the draft plan is this mixture of something that is supposed to be an enforceable plan along with a whole bunch of recommendations, and how do you evaluate what might happen in the physical world, which is what the EIR is all about. So it's a challenge, and I don't have an updated schedule for you, but everyone can do the math. It's at least 45 days from when it's released for comments, and then we have to review the comments and take that substance then back to the council and have them have a real thoughtful discussion and give us direction about what the final draft should be. So it's a challenge.
All right.
Right.
Mr. Koutras.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the council. Pursuant to Mr. Zlotnick's timeline discussion, maybe we ought to start working on our holiday gift exchange list so we can be ready to exchange gifts along with the plan adoption. I wanted to speak to the work sessions and echo from the Delta County's perspectives our thanks to the council staff, as well as those council members who attended. it's very important to us to not only see a process, but one that was robust, had people listening, lots of good exchange of ideas, and we found it very informative as well to hear other stakeholder perspectives. So I think the council and its staff is evolving into that future coordination role. I think these are first steps towards that, but I think it was very important. We absolutely do believe covered actions needs another session. We get that we're not going to be exempt. We truly do have confusion. There's confusion among those who come to us for project approvals, and a number of issues with regard to just the forms and the burden of filing. But we'll get to those, and we do want to focus on those in a future work session. With regard to I wasn't going to speak to this, but I guess I will now. I guess I have some explaining to do for the language I submitted. And so I want to at least share the perspective and the intent behind the language. I felt compelled to respond to Mike and Keith's request at the workshop to give some specific language. And we suggested language in two places. One was at the beginning, I think it's in Chapter 1, saying what success looked like in the Delta Plan, and we inserted levies and a particular diamond point for discussion. And also we inserted a phrase that success will be, at least from our perspective, and we're advocating, that there is a process, a structure and process to have the Delta counties part of, and I framed it, decision-making process and a partnership to implement the co-equal goals. And let me share a little bit about our perspective and intent with that language. And we also then suggested a date certain, June 2012 date, be inserted after each chapter, that this be put in each chapter under the administrative performance measure, that by June 2012 this process is in place to implement this chapter, whatever the chapter is. We are hearing lots of discussion, and it's still evolving, of the council's role of coordination of the efforts of the state agencies. And lots of important work being done by the state agencies, but I don't mean to let's just say it. These are appointed officials. They're appointed by a particular administration. There's high turnover depending on the administration. And we have that council coordinating that effort and attempting to, and I think that's laudable. And there's covered actions being looked at coming out of the cities and counties, as well as water agencies and everybody else. But when you come to implement something, or the council has helped coordinate state agencies to implement something within a county, what we're trying to do is create some structure so that there's a conversation and we're part of that decision-making partnership. We've used examples of the HCPs and the NCCPs. We've used examples where the BDCP has restoration blobs on a map. We've used examples where we have particular areas in particular counties where we think restoration could be done. How do we have to run around to 20 different state agencies? Do we come to you? We're trying to figure out a way, and so this is our best effort at this date to suggest language of how to create something that has the counties, cities, and special districts a seat at the table. And we understand the goal is to implement the co-equal goals. We get it. I mean, we're there. That's what the law says. We, in our private moments and over drinks, we can talk about how bad the law is and what we didn't like about it, but it's there. And we get that, but we're trying to figure out. And so we've left it to you to say what's the structure and what's the process. We didn't try and prescribe that.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yes.
I think you've got to make a suggestion. We have the statutory direction to hold coordination
on the agencies.
meetings.
Yes.
Yeah, and as you know, everybody consults with everybody else once.
Correct.
And occasionally twice. And if you have a good process and there's a mutual park project where one's county and one state, they have fruitful conversations. But on this process, it's much more complicated. There are issues all over the map, and there are differences between counties, between state agencies. So what it would look like, other than an endless conversation, or how do you focus it? How do you focus it down? Does this mean that the counties would like to comment on each covered action prior to the council's decision? Does it mean you're inviting the council to have a role in local land use decision? I mean, it's hard to narrow it down, and Pete, because you've done this, and in your prior role as a county exec, you did it a lot. It's the parameters of that discussion which tend to make it serious, as opposed to the generic statements. And 9 chapters with a generic statement by June, we'll have a decision-making partnership. Put some structure to it, if you would, because I frankly have been struggling ever since this happened of what to do, and fear that simply sending out announcements to state agencies, federal agencies, and local agencies, hi, we're meeting pursuant to statute, show up, was a guaranteed way to create a big fuss and lead to nothing. There must be ideas you have.
And I was trying to put that burden on the council. Because I accept the challenge, and I think we can have that conversation within the counties. But we're, in the truest of sense, our intent is, we know that we cannot unilaterally say what will or will not happen to implement the co-equal goals ultimately. That the statute has created a review of our actions through the covered action process, and that there are things, and this is what we're trying to avoid, there are things that will be done to us via various processes from state regulatory agencies, federal agencies, BDCP process, etc. And what we're trying to figure out is, how do we get a seat there so that, and remember, this isn't just because we want to. These are the elected representatives. You've been there. These are elected representatives of the counties, the cities, the special districts, who have constituents who are saying, what is happening to us? How come that bore drilling machine is in my backyard? What are they doing? Did you agree to this? What's happening? Those are the kinds of things that we have to figure out, because this is the implementation discussion that we have to have. It's our ongoing relationship, local government to the council, and the implementation of the Delta Plan. And frankly, it's, we have this with the Delta Protection Commission, we have this with the Delta Conservancy. How do we have these linkages to these various actions? We're struggling with the BDCP. We're coming in late to the game. Yes, John Laird is wonderful, and so is Jerry Merrill, and they're talking to us. But it's all happening anyway, and has moved on. So I understand what you're asking, that we put a little more on that. We'll make an effort to do that. But we're also trying not to be seen as just, oh, there's the counties again. They're saying no, they don't want to do anything. We're not there. We're not there.
The counties have a unique situation because, apart from everything else, land use issues totally within the jurisdiction of counties and some incorporated cities are involved in this planning process in a way that other stakeholders' interests are not. So I think there is a unique role there that calls for, but I don't know what it looks like, and that's what I'm struggling at. And I don't think you have to worry about saying, for the uniqueness of these areas in the Delta, a unique solution would be possible. I mean, I'm just open, but I can't. I've been struggling for months, and I can't figure it out myself yet. I'd encourage you to give it a shot if you would, please.
We will do so. We will do so. And thank you for a lunch break today.
Thank you, Mr. Koutras. Mr. Rentz.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, council members, and staff. First and foremost, I want to echo, and I think it's good when I'm echoing other stakeholder representatives that come up here and congratulating the staff and the council for a series of 4 workshops that, from my perspective, I sat in on 3 of the 4 were invaluable. And not only invaluable from the content standpoint, but invaluable for the way they were handled, beginning with your facilitator right through your staff and council members that participated in encouraging, respecting dialogue amongst various entities that don't always necessarily dialogue with one each other. So I want to congratulate you all on that. I thought they were great information, and I think a lot of questions were raised. And I got three other points I wanted to make, and I know everybody's wanting to call it a day. First of all, Joe, I'll turn to you and say I'm very empathetic, not only for your staff, but for the stakeholders too. We got 3 major documents that intersect with each other as I see it that are coming down the pike, and it's going to be interesting how we manage all that, both in terms of us providing you valuable input. We've got a Delta plan, we've got an EIR, and we've got at some point a rulemaking, a regulatory package that you referred to, Chris, and they all interact with each other. And they all have to be consistent with each other, and they all have to reflect the intent of the council. So the only reason I bring that up is I hope in the end of the day when the council is deliberating, and I'm very appreciative, Phil, of your focus on hitting the deadline. That's a legislative mandate, no doubt about it. But at the end of the day, ensuring that we have something that we all can work off of those 3 products as we move forward after the products are finalized is from my perspective, is absolutely essential. So that's one thing I wanted to raise up. One of the workshops was the covered actions workshop. I thought it was very good, and I'm very appreciative of the fact that there is a recognition that we need to continue to have that discussion, and there'll be other issues, and I really like that format of staff or somebody identifying a key issue and focusing the dialogue on that issue rather than the shotgun approach. I think it's most valuable to them. For example, in the covered actions, we started getting, at least the feedback I got from my members that attended that, started getting a feeling that they had a better understanding of what is and what is not a covered action. But that raised a whole litany of questions about, well, what is the relationship between non-covered actions that have a nexus to a covered action, and when the covered action proponent is doing his or her evaluation, consistency evaluation. So that raises a whole litany of questions that we all have to discuss, and Chris knows several people raised those, but they raised them in the context of hypotheticals or real-life situations that I think gave some real fruit for some valuable discussion, because we all want to make sure the process, whatever it ends up being, works smooth. The last point I had is Chris, if you could provide me some clarification, and if not, don't have the answer now, you can maybe provide it tomorrow when an opportunity provides us. I'm trying to get an understanding of the relationship of the statement in the OAL process that you're talking about, the relationship of the statement of reasons in the context of the OAL review when they're looking at the language, the actual proposed regulatory language. What is the role of the statement of reasons? My understanding was, and I may be wrong, was that the statement of reasons are your justifications for why you're promulgating the rule package. They are not necessarily for the purposes of clarifying the language within the 4 corners of the proposed regulatory language, but I may be wrong, and I'm kind of trying to understand the role of statement of reasons.
Yeah, I think that you're right. But I think that the statement of reasons also provides context that provides a rationale. Ultimately, you're going to judge whether or not the regulation that you adopt is a reasonable one. So you've got to kind of connect the dots. What the need was, the purpose, what you looked at, why you came to the decision that you came to.
But when they're looking at ultimately determine whether the regulatory language is clear enough for those that are being regulated, I'm assuming they look primarily at or exclusively at the proposed regulatory language. Because it is, like Greg said, it's a process and nobody ever gets told by OAL how
they told me as long as I signed off on it, it was okay.
Yeah. Good. And we know who to hold accountable. No, I do. It is an important thing, though, because I think at the end of the day, the language that the regulations that ultimately be the language that everybody turns to ensure that they're in compliance with your rules and regulations. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Rogers, no other blue sheets. Okay, anyone else on item 17 on the agenda? Okay, anyone like to talk to us on any matter today not on this agenda? We're coming back tomorrow morning. Oh, I'm sorry, there are a couple of new people. The Delta Protection Commission economic sustainability discussion was continued from today. It will start off 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, Joe. I think that's the way to do it. Then we've agreed to add discussion of a position, council position on Senate Bill 834 by Senator Wolk, which Mr. Johnston put up. Let's do that as number 2 on the agenda. After that is over, there may be some cleanup items, but that looks it. So I am hoping that we can get out of here by noon tomorrow, not much later.
Depends on how many questions you ask of
That's right.
DWR and the state board.
Yeah, we also have Department of Water Resources and Water Control Board. So let me walk backwards from that noon routine. Okay. Okay.
Well, we can still hope.
Yes. Got it. All right. Anything else, Joe?
Nothing
okay,
from me.
ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. See you tomorrow morning.